And with that, we're welcoming you back to VCT China's Ascension. My name is Akamas, next to me there's the great Voltcast, and we welcome you to our great matchup today, a Chaos Tech Gaming versus Ambitious Legends. Third place and fourth place of last year's Ascension back to claim their title in VCT China.
Yeah, and you know, of course, the big elephant in the room has got to be the fact that, well, everybody's going to be playing here. You know, you got the groups, you got everything set up. The RG are just there, and realistically, man, like let's be very real about it. If you're in the Chinese space, you know, not just the VCT but also LPL, it's like we got what AL. AG, ALG, and now we got AGL. So like, I'm starting to lose track a little bit here. Okay, so bear with me, okay? A lot of legends here, I get it. It is a dynasty and a half in China, but this is actually supposed to be a pretty intriguing matchups because some of those players that we are about to see for the two teams, they're not just new faces around the blocks. And again, the teams that make it from Ascensions are only the verified teams. Which does mean the organization themselves is verified, because there were like a few teams that I think that could have made it on points. The most valuable one being HP with like Ice King and the such. That's a big stack that I feel like would have been missing. I was kind of unfortunately picked up on that news just yesterday when I was looking at the teams list on the Wikipedia. But also, you know, speaking of Ascension, you know, rip to my boys in Rod, they didn't even make it either. So as things do stand though here back in China, I feel like once we get to the players, we might actually have a few names to talk about, and that might be the most intriguing thing, because usually I would say, oh, I've never seen any of those players before. Maybe like, you know, like in the VCLs and like Korea, Japan, the bigger VCLs in the Asian Pacific side. But apparently, we got a few names that are native to here in China that have been to Ascension before, and even one of them have won it before.
Yeah, like the big name that we're talking about here, Zeno. Zeno won Ascension 2 years ago with Dragon Ranger Gaming. He now has to face them, right? Probably the best team here in the Ascension tournament. Cut to probably, it's the best team in the Ascension tournament. And if everything goes according to plan, according to the script, then Dragon Ranger Gaming will just sweep their way through 3-0 in the finals and be back into VCT. But if that doesn't happen, it would also sort of be weird, because we have a team going to champs, being like one of the 4 best teams in China, and then dropping out of Ascension. Like genuinely like a weird thing to see. But we can talk about the lineups a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. No, here they are. First of all, Ambitious Legend Gaming. You know, a lot of the names that, you know, would spring to mind, of course, is Zeno, as we've said. Alova as well was playing with Wolves last year. So that's like another person that is of no name value, at least, you know, of the older Wolves, not the TMV's Wolves. Because that's
not the good wolves.
The good wolves. Let's just put it that way, okay? But yeah, you know, it is a pretty intriguing team, and I do believe that, like, from what we speculate, it's not really guaranteed. I think that it is actually Barricade IGLing the team. So it's gonna be pretty intriguing to see how the team actually rolls. You know, the results and the nationals have been a little bit of a mixed bag, but of course, you know, a lot of the rosters have changed from the nationals themselves. So that is also another intriguing point.
Yeah, like in the end, you can throw Aluba to the Wolves, and next year he will come back as the leader of the Ambitions Legends pack. Right? It's a new team for him, but still, you know, players with VCT experience are insanely valuable in Ascension. We have seen this one with Apex in EMEA last year, where like those VCT players carried the entire team towards the title. We can take a look on the Chaos Click Gaming lineup here as well. Lycos, Nita, Kave, Green, Bunt, and AC being the players lined up here. AC also with VCT experience.
Yeah, and you know, that is also another important thing, but I feel like, you know, a lot of those names have actually been to the Chinese Ascension before, and mainly I believe that would be Green and Count. So, you know, that is actually the more important part. Of course, like, I call him KWN, but like the full name is, of course, Count TW. So that is the intriguing part. I mean, like, he is a pretty capable player, And you know, he's Portuguese, so you know he joins the fray of like ruined pronunciation. Because how many times I've like names like I don't know, man. Like I read Fernandez in my poor head, and he's like Fernandes, and I'm like, okay, you know, I have ruined enough Chinese
Are you a Manchester United
already.
fan? Are you a Manchester United fan for any chance?
No. I'm much worse. I'm just. I would rather not talk about football, because if I do, that would be a 2-hour crash out. So let's keep it to Valorant, where I think is actually going to be a lot more fun for myself and a lot more interesting in the way that they're actually going to lead it. So, you know, they're walking in right now, and this is their first time on the grand stage. So let's see if any of them got some flair to their walk.
Yeah, let's hope so. Oh.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, it is just the full-on, you know, no show off, no culture shock.
They're just staring at each other.
Yeah.
No on a pixel culture shock.
Yeah.
Like, even though Valorant on pixel is here, but you know.
Ooh, damn, bro, the hair though.
The hair goes hard. Yeah. That's true.
I am jealous. Very, very jealous. Like the surface area of my forehead is going places right now. Okay.
I feel like if you bleach your hair, it doesn't get any better. But you know, like, that's not the call. We are looking at the map feed. So Ascent is banned. Then we go to both of the 3 spot maps and Bind as a decider. I think, like, with Haven, Lotus, Bind, there are some similarities. Especially like Haven and Lotus being those 2 3-spot maps are like played fairly similarly. And then you have Bind as your last map, which is like completely different. No big middle lane, just sides, extremely execute heavy. It's a wild veto because this seems like both of their map pools are fairly similar.
Yeah, especially with the bans that we see, like Ambitious Legends just taking away the... So what's it called? The Haven? Sorry, not the Haven, the Ascent rather early on. And then the Corrode taken away. So I feel like we got a little bit out of all the bigger problems. I'm not a big fan of Corrode of myself in tier 2. I feel like a lot of the teams in that level haven't really cracked the code. Even the tier 1 teams, it took them how long, you know, to get it from stage 2 to champs to actually valuably carry over the map. But, you know, speaking of the maps that we do have, I do think that, yes, in essence, they play the same, but Lotus is a lot more of a util dump heavy map, so that's going to be the intriguing part. But, well, as far as the maps that we do have, agent selection is going to be a factor in this Haven, and we do see a Sage, so that is a rather aggressive Viper composition there. No duelist, but I'm really expecting the Sage to be the spearhead for that attack. Like, that's double duelist against double... Sentinel and double controller. Yeah. This one is like a huge clash of identities, but I think both for both teams it's a little bit more attacker-sided, because once you're on site with those double Sentinel comms on a map like Haven, and realistically you get on site, right? Haven is a map where realistically it's a lot of retakes, realistically it's a lot of just give them the site, give them space, and then afterwards retake all of it. So those double Sentinel comms tend to be a little bit more attack-sided, even though it seems very counterintuitive. But we are heading into our first matchup for the day. Ambitious Legends vs Chaostic Gaming. This one will be an absolute banger coming up here. Wild team comes on Haven, and we're going to start. Yeah, maybe none of them are rare, Adam. But I would say that those are the 2 teams next in line from the teams that have made it from the Nationals. Statistically speaking, ALG should be a step behind in comparison to CCG, but right now, with double duelist composition on attack, that could prove to be rather valuable, but they're walking into the Sentinels, the Viper util, and it feels like it's nigh impossible for them to play around that, because by the time the util cycles in, they will not be having enough time, and that is the opener there, and that's a second from the Vise, a third on the line, and they couldn't even find a kill. It took them quite a while, but the 2 trades are answered with 2 in return, and Green is able to find a big ground. It's just Young left in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, gets one. But in the end, Bunt closes out the round, ending so disconnected from the rest of his team. Just has that short peek through the Viper wall, going back and immediately catches a headshot from covering the backside. Like, that execute doesn't seem too well coordinated. Yeah. Especially once you see the Vice utility, once you know where possibly players could be. Executing like this doesn't seem like the right call, but Kave making huge work up there on the backside. 3 kills on the execute, and again, ending just a little bit too far ahead.
Yeah, that's one of the problems with playing the Waylay Euro at times. That if you don't really commit to that double movement, things can get a bit dicey in your space-taking ability, but even on a full save, 5 players walking in a side is going to be a big problem for Cowan. Left alone that long, he can definitely try to play around the other angle. It's 4 out of 5 that have gone in, and they must understand where Cowan is playing from, but that will not really stop them from getting into the site. 2 players in Graffiti and an opener there from the Sheriff, and this could get very dicey. It goes 2 for 1 for ALG.
Yeah, this could be a quick ending once ending finds the kill onto AC. Numbers advantage here for ALG, which should be around that. Chaotic Gaming should win. Kave, triple kill from him. Just going absolutely insane on the side. Quadra in the end. 6 kills in 2 rounds for the Vice.
It's
And
calm
the
and
dreams
collected.
of upsetting this one falling apart.
And it's absolute scenes in the opening 2 rounds. ALG, they pretty much thought that they had the round in the bag right there. But they did not account for Cowan whatsoever this time around. And you gotta say, we talked about the lack of coordination, and it might be starting to show, and it's rearing its ugly head. It's 2 rounds in, but we haven't seen him on guns. And the bonus is, while still a little bit dangerous, especially with Cowan there, finding the Vandal with the Guardian as well. Even the Judge in this confined space is very, very promising. But in reality, ALG, you know, we haven't given them the time to see their identity. Now it's about time to show their true colors, though. But heading into Garage, that would be a fool's errand. But they're primarily stacked towards that part, at least. That is what it seems that they want to take on early.
There's no green light in the garage. First fight going into barricade. Dying there onto the shotgun of Green. Aluba gets a trade kill, ending also on the side. B has been taken by ALG. That's good side control, but we have seen what can happen after their execute, but the spike is planted. Here are both bigger weapons.
I really like the expansion from Young, though. A really good call from ALG there. Now it puts the Chosen Clique in a position where they will need to pick and choose their battles. And ending can buy so much time in the backside alone. Cetino is trying to make something happen here. Haven't cleared backside yet. Not aware of where Zeno and Ending are, and that is going to lead to what I expected to be a freebie still. It is a kill for ALG, and it looks like they will have their number. A 3rd kill will be really valuable for Cowan here, and he'll be able to snap back to Zeno. That looked pretty, but it doesn't really end the way that this round is going to go. 3 players left alive, and I would say still, it is a win for the Chosen Clique. 3 players down in the bonus round, especially with you keeping a Vandal. That is kind of valuable.
And then it's an early Brazil scoreline for the Portuguese player. Like, huge step up here from him. Getting those 3 kills makes this round so much more valuable for Chaostic. Like, it is the round that is expected out of ALG. But in the end, making it that much more expensive than expected is surely a problem. You can maybe see it like with the Bulldog, some smaller shields coming up there. Green only a Stinger in hand. Some misbuying there, probably. You know, going through that smoke, and first one's falling for ALG.
And Bunt has not been identified either. There's a TP back from the Waylay. Oh, Dash. Dash, but they actually made their move already. Quite surprising that you see the amount of space that they've taken. Cowan is playing rather reservedly on that A side, and I do feel like that is the right call to make right now. ALG getting their way. They're not making themselves any strangers. They're making all kinds of noise. Cowan has been successful here before. The Steel Garden is out. The flash is good, but he plays around it to perfection. And AC is already there. It's cool and breezy on the A site. And Bunt somehow has not been heard. Bunt is still holding the angle. I think that they've just tried to ignore him. But they do not turn around, and he's going to get another freebie. Oh, the nerves are absolutely getting to Ambitious Legends right now.
Alright, no, they're not. finding their footing on the servo. Ending is still over to the C side. Needs to recover the spike. 1 versus 5. Might be too much to ask from him. Spots the gun barrel. Finds the kill on the Omen. Finds the kill on the Bond as well. That's only 2. Now there's a wall ahead of him. No way to play around this one. No dash is available. His E ability about to run out. 10 seconds on the board, and he has to save his weapon.
That's the round gone again. Great work by CCG. Just holding down the line, and well, Cowan has absolutely been tearing it up in this game. Up to 9 kills now. And the fact that he was able to actually not lose his life. Now, that is something that you gotta say, this should have been ALG's round in that hold. The fact that they couldn't pull the trigger fast enough, you need to be a lot more explosive on that double duelist composition. Especially when you have 2 movement duelists in the Yoro that can actually use the gate crash, the Waylay, and you also have the Omen. And that's why maybe I'm a little bit hard on them, because I feel like they do have the tools to explode on sites, but they don't do it as strongly as I want them to be. They're not as abrasive. But the C side, though, they've been finding early success there. This time, they're going to push Cowan off.
And you said as much. Like, having a sort of duo or triple dive composition here requires a lot of communication and clear comps along the way. Zeno. Already some damage. And I don't really like the movement from ALG. They're trying to crash into the middle. Oh, Yang. Entry frag onto green. B side is free all of the sudden for ALG, and they're just trying to lure the people over there.
Oh, the timing.
Execute should be happening on C.
Before a Cowan taken off clean. A great round this time around from the side of ALG, but it doesn't mean that Yang is going to survive that one for much longer. And the trades are even better. A double there from Bunt. That neuters most of the offensive from the side of ALG. Now, the final 3, 2 of which are playing at long, smoked off at this instant. But they still got the Nightfall, and there is still late insurance policy in Barricade that is trying to make its way around. They don't really care about the first stab. They're going to force the conversion path. And it's going to be a first kill found by CCG. And they cannot really find the spray on the other side as well. Bunt is fully healthy. He's not even taking a single bullet to that spray down. And this goes horribly wrong for ALG. They didn't find the spike in the right place. And they lost all of their lives on that one.
But why are they playing long if they're planting in that corner?
Yeah.
Like, you can't spam that angle. You have to re-fight onto the side. Both ultimates invested into an angle where you can't spam the spike. That's some wild decision-making from ALG there after going up 2 players on that round.
Yeah, and I think a part of it is definitely that they maybe expected quicker rotations from the side of CCG, and with that didn't pan out. What happened is they just thought that maybe we could try to play for long, and because they're going to come from spawn, but because they didn't clear the angle, what happened on the other end was actually the opposite. The fact that when they tried to play for long, expecting the rotations to come in from spawn, it came in from behind them at their own spawn on the attacker side. And that kind of put a monkey wrench in the entire play. I gotta say, they had the site open though. They could have planted it better. They could have played it better. They had some solace before CCG started their rotations. And right now, it's not looking that good for them, especially considering on a Haven, starting an attacking side. You know, if you were the double sentinel, maybe I'll cut you some slack, but not under those circumstances. They need to get the ball rolling after this timeout.
And especially like you're on an eco, right? You invest 2 high impact ultimates, then you have to win the round on eco, even though like you have the smaller weaponry. Yes, you're back with the money, and you did some great damage to your opponents. If you're investing that heavily on your ultimates, then this round has to be a W, especially once you start off with 2-player advantage. Because Nidar, aggressive push, 2 players hit by the paranoia. They are trying to fight that close angle. They know where the players of ALG are. And they're just hunting them down for sport. AC in the middle, first duel for him, barricades down.
Oh, but the timing is good though for ending. He finds the kill, doubles down onto green as well. That's the B side open. That's the 3rd kill that maybe ending is found. Could have led to a very different outcome. He goes and fights through the Nightfall, but instead it's going to be his own demise. And it leaves ALG, again, In that same circumstance, a spike blunt, again, is not my favorite if they're going to play for long, but this time they hold onto the side itself, and Akamas, I gotta tell you, that is the right call with weaker numbers.
Yeah.
Not a lot of util left on neither Bunt or Lysatina here. Really not gonna be the best of positions for them to retake, but they're still gonna give it a go anyway, apparently.
Yeah, but the Omen is already dead, Zeno. Finds that duel on first counterpart. 1 versus 3 for Bunt. Much he can do there. Just retreats, takes the weapon into the next round, and it's the second one for ALG. This time they're staying on site, just playing the crossfires, trying to maximize their numbers advantage. Finding a second round here on the attack. The timeouts. The timeout takes into fruition right now.
Yeah, and well, at least it's flying around off the back of that timeout, but I gotta say, it started off really good for CCG. At some points, I was scared that actually ALG wouldn't be able to find that much. It was just the timing peak that Ending had found there. Really crucial set of openers in that round. And I gotta say, like, Ending has been primarily playing as the entry duelist of the pairing between him and Barricade. Barricade has been having a tough game, though. Maybe if he's able to turn it around, this attacking half can still be salvaged.
Like, at least on the Euro, you need to go back and more into utility role if you're seeing that shooting doesn't work out for you. You can play the agent a little bit more initiator-esque. They're trying to fight into garage. That's like a smaller angle on the map.
Oh.
We'll talk about that flash. But
look, they got the wall off. They got the wall
off. The wall is gone.
Yeah.
At least some progress.
Yeah, and there are no guns on the side of the chosen click either, but Lysatina is on a pretty good angle to find the one. Instead, again, Ending seems to be the timing master. Off the back of that timeout, he has been instrumental. ALG's finding the picks, getting the entries, getting into the sites, and now 3 guns on the side of CCG. Maybe the call here, if I would actually say so, might be a save just because of the way that their funds go in this round.
They're
still giving it a go, though.
They're giving it a go. Trying to go over the vice wall, but it's just green! He finds the headshot, gets traded by Aluba. Numbers advantage still into the pockets of ALG. Another flash. The crossfire is strong. Zeno makes a double kill. Just spray them down. Ending gets that last one. Ending the round for good for ALG. And with that, they're closing in onto a 1-round deficit. It should be a full buy versus full buy right now, and that will be an important round for like the entire trajectory of that first half.
Yeah, that is going to be a reset round for whichever team. I mean, more so for CCG, who needs to bring the game back into the rails. But look at that right there. They're fully fixated on the graffiti position. And that costed them the round right there. Didn't account for the rotations. And now they'll take their own timeout, hoping that they too can lead that into a string of a few rounds of their own. Which, if they do, at least they guarantee a 6th. And I would say, even if they find just 5, I would be pretty happy with where things would have ended. But they probably still want to find some more. This is, as we said, a very big stylistic clash. The double duelists going up against the double sentinels. The funds weren't really there for the chosen click at the previous round. But I do think that ALG have finally hit their stride. Even if Barricade individually is not doing the best, he is still being a space maker for the team in the ways that Yoru usually is.
Yeah, I mean, that's overall the job that Euro does. Just creating as much space as possible, creating chaos up into the backside, because if you're a Chaos Click right now, you want to play a controlled game, right? You're playing Double Sentinel, and you want to force your pace onto your opponents. And that's not really possible once you're playing against the Euro. Yang has a really important ultimate right now. You have the Steel Garden ready, and this one should be taken into account here, because you're throwing them back into that sort of money strudel whirlpool thing, where you have to eco after each last round. Impactful one to take full control over the enemy's economy.
Yeah, that is the offensive Steel Garden, but not a lot of buy behind it on the A side. It's actually primarily to go there towards B. And Barricade is in an excellent position. But he's not been able to find any kills this round already. He needs to change that, and there it is. First blood on the board, but that doesn't stop CCG from starting the double-pronged retake from either link.
But it takes a lot of time off the timer, and look where the enemy Vice is hiding already. Aluba is fully blind, tries to play next to the smoke. Aggressive close-up angle. Green has been spotted. Kevin is just an absolute monster on that map. Yet to be defeated in a 1v1 ending! Makes a double kill over there from Gon, but Buns is still there as well. Finding his kills. Zeno, the former Ascension winner, has to win that 1v1, but Buns makes a triple kill for his team, saving them from going into economy purgatory. Oh my god, no!
Clutch.
There it is. Okay.
I was so afraid.
Yeah.
I
mean, here. Yeah. Hey, we good. All I'm gonna say though is like Bunt himself is not a stranger to international events. I believe that when he was with the ASE, he went to Masters Tokyo at the time. So like he's still himself, you know, a pretty big name out of the players that are here. But I gotta say, ending still has been impressive. It's just a little bit of a mishap here where I feel like maybe he didn't really need to recall. He still did, and it did cost him in that one. And ALG, he said, to their funds, this is not a reset round, and Barricade immediately using the interdimensional drift to force them off that seaside, but it's not like they're gonna budge back. It's 3 players strong on the angle, but a lot of value there for Barricade. With a shorty, he finds the one, but while there is a trade, it is not enough to stop the execute. Bunt on the angle, this time ending is traded, and ALG will be victorious in their entry sequence. That is a big kill to find by AC, and it leaves a workable 1-on-2 for Cowan, but he couldn't really find much else, and that is going to be a 4th on the board for ALG.
Chaotic execute by ALG, and this one absolutely important because you need to reset your funds. If you lose this one out, then you're again up on an eco. Barricade, important first track, and besides that first kill, he just takes so much attention off of the side of Chaos Tech Gaming. He causes so much turmoil in their backside. Like 2 players shifted over towards that smoke just to fight Barricade, which gives more than enough space over to ALG to take the side. Quick execute, quick fight, and now we're back on an eco for CCG.
Yeah, out their first eco. Simon just cares, nothing else. Very aggressive from AC, taking a shot to the head too. Kind of lucky to be alive, but man, ending is looking really sharp and scary right now, I gotta say.
Ending is taking a lot of duels. That he is convincingly. A lot slower around for ALG, which is reasonable. Down to the circumstances. Steel Garden might be for 1 for 7. They're just all rotating over to A. Good rotation timing.
Absolutely, but it will not solve the execute. Here it comes. The first phase in. The Waylay needs to find a value. And it forces the Steel Garden now. They're actually investing despite it being an eco.
Yeah, they're investing it, and ALG is just rotating off into the arms of AC, but somewhere on that map he found damage. 16, down to 16 HP and needs to find a kill there. Cancelling out all of the rotations, that's so much information over to that side of CCG, but Aluba gets the entry frag onto the first sentinel and ending. No kill for him, but makes 2 from the backside, but it's not enough. Just down to AC, just down to the Viper, 12 seconds on the clock, but he won't be able to stop that plant. AC and a 1v1 versus Yang will more likely than not fall into that sewers area.
Kill found, but how many can you really find when there are 3 players fixated at your angle? They were locked in, hold on that one. And despite it being an eco, you know, there was an ultimate investment from the side of the chosen click. Still made it worth their while. Got a few kills. Almost made it a little bit dicey, and if anybody other than Bunt had actually connected with the shots, this would have been a very different look. And while, as we've said, you know, ending looking great, Bunt is looking good. But I gotta say, like, the adjustment from anyone from Ambitious Legends is absolutely, like, I'm happy to see that. I'm optimistic for the Lotus if they're able to adapt this fast, because initially I was like, are they even gonna survive the util dumps on the Lotus if they're not even able to do that on the Haven? Right now, it's a much better look, but I do like this from CCG. They've just decided to play more aggressive on C-Long again. This time, slices Athena and maybe a slower approach. But they're not stopping their play from making progress on A either. It has been this exact same buddy system. And Yang and Barricade playing together towards there, and they've taken a lot of space. They're still forcing at least a few players on the side of CCG to remain on the A side.
And the one
剩余30秒。
Still might. Damask, I don't know if they even have other options. But they do seem, with only 20 seconds on the timer,
这里
ready to make their final move on that C side. It is absolutely loaded with defenders. 3 players to the 4th close in on rotation. If they try to take back side, Green is there. But even before they walk in, Bunt and AC are gonna clear them all out, and then the judge is there in action. That is gonna be an important round for CCG because I was almost scared that, you know, if they lost that C site, things would have been very scary. They invested a fair bit of ultimates into that one, both the Nightfall and the Resurrection. But they got a valuable round off the board, and they finally slowed down the momentum of ALG on the openers.
And it's, as always, back to Caven. That double kill, absolutely impactful. Absolutely important for them. Because it just takes away so much space, so much options from ALG. It makes the game very, very one-dimensional. This map has been cramped up. I'm trying to fight into middle right now. And 7-5 or 6-6, very, very different implications.
Yeah, but they're only one orb, one ultimate point of ending, finding the conversion path. So even if the Waylay doesn't have the ultimate, there's a world where they can find some value. Barricade going down. Still, traded 1 for 1. It's slightly advantageous for the attackers, especially with them taking the B side. I do like the way that they're playing that again. They're ready to expand onto A-Link with all the utility that they have, but little do they know that CCG are primarily on the other side. So now, they got the right side of the play, and CCG will have to pivot back into the B side position. Green, he's buying himself some time, but this feels like a nearly impossible retake for CCG to find how little time there is left.
Yep. Barricade, just a decoy. They're trying to fight into this one. Runs again. Numbers. Not even 4 versus 4. The first fight goes to Aluba, but immediately traded. Yang in the backside, finding the kill onto both players in C-Link. You can't break that ending. It's closing around ALG with less funds than their opponents, going into a 6-6. The decoy of Barricade worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and that was a really good round there at the start. You know, the opening from Barricade, and then the rest of the team just exploiting that opening on the C side. Or the B side, rather. The C side defense was actually the one that was, I guess, the numbers were fixated towards that part of the map. Despite the better numbers, CCG didn't really contest through the ceiling smoke. Instead, they pivoted towards mid, and that took them too much time to actually find that much. And in this halfway point, this is a crucial turn of events, because now the double duelists are going to go on defense. The double sentinels, I pivot back towards the attack. I gotta say, even if Barricade is not doing like that nastily individually in comparison to someone like Ending, and even if Cowan is like fighting shots like these that we're seeing in the highlights, I'm still slightly favoring ALG in this one. Slightly.
Yeah, honestly, same. I like how they're using Barricade, because he mostly is the decoy player that opens up their ghost onto another side. Like they're always pushing him into angles where CCG has to give him attention. And once the attention is drawn, ALG is somewhere else on the map, just running at them, which makes it a little bit easier to take sides. I'm intrigued on how they are doing this one on the defense, because the double duelist comp requires a lot of aggression, a lot of space taking, a lot of taking away what the other team is giving over to you. So I'm intrigued on how ALG is playing this one. Once CCG is on site, this one will be rough to play against.
Yeah, and usually that's why we see a lot of the double duelist compositions here pivot to the way that Fnatic plays it with the ISO. Because like the ISO has a lot of staying power with the double tap, with the undercut as well. You get that like mini suppression of the 4 seconds. That is really valuable when they're trying to contest lobby. But right now, that is what we see from a lot of teams on the pistol round. A big push towards the B side in the window. ALG ready to take that early duel, but that does mean that Chosen Click Gaming might actually get away with a free lobby. The seize is there. The combination play from ALG doesn't really find it that much early on, and CCG, the patience, I'd say, is paying them off big time because they've invested very little ult. It's like, what, 1 Prowler? The smoke is going to regenerate anyways. And they've taken some of the most important parts of the map. They've gotten through lobby. They still got a player in the window. And even then, Cowan is still positioned on the C site. So what we've seen from ALG is like a 3-2 system. Right now, this is much more of a normal default, and they still got an entire minute waiting for ALG to do something, but not really that much that is being done by the defensive side, and with them not finding that much value with the second Prowler, it does seem that they'll finally pivot back to that A side that only has a single player in there. But even if it is out of the rotations might be going pretty quick from both of the duelists. 40 seconds on the timer, Akamosk, and this is gonna be the finale.
Yeah, both duelists already in A-Link. They will be there for the side hit. It's a huge anticipation over from the side of ALG. They know where they're heading. The bite smash is coming through, but the smoke is there. The wall can't help you. The wall can't save you. Barricade is shutting down the side together with Aluba. You can't even get out of the main area. 14 seconds on the timer. That corner remains to be unchecked. AC, a double kill for him, but the spike is a no man's land. And Aluba, the last frag for him. The round is going to ALG with like a huge read on that A execute.
And they just played it to their cards. They played it absolutely right. The way that they pivot early towards B, they make the rotation just before the execute from the side of CCG. And that is the problem with playing no duelist. You really don't have a lot of explosive power, so you need to take the timing to a T. Right there, they were a tad too late, and I gotta say, the Omen's try to step maybe not in the direction that they would have wanted it to go. No trades, no help. They lose the opening round, and they will invest only a single sheriff in this second one, much like the exact same we've seen on the first half. Right now, ALG is looking really solid. Barricade is starting to pick up some steam. His usefulness, and I do feel like if things do continue the way that they have been, yeah, ALG are looking pretty solid, you know, like they got the double-sided B retake play because that's where they anticipate the attackers to come from, and they are absolutely on the top here.
Ending, that's a high-risk positioning. Aluba gets killed to green. First frag has been taken over by the side of the ALG. I mean, they're on the much bigger weaponry. And the rotation is just running into barricade. First frag for him, a second one doesn't come into fruition. Now a dead stare. Cabin on the ground, and the last one also going down into the barrel of barricade. 8 and a 6, both rounds converted for ALG.
Yeah, you know, great positioning from them, and an excellent hold on the B side, more importantly, for the side of Ambitious Legends. The fact that he couldn't really break the deadlock on the attacking side, especially with that kill from Aluba. I feel like that provided so much value for them on the other end. Right now, 2 rounds to the good. And this bonus round carries a lot of implications. That's why we see a second timeout here from CCG. They carried over pretty much all their weapons from the second round, so there is a real possibility where some of those guns can find some real value, like the Stinger and the Marshall. Very different ranges, but on a Haven, you really have a lot of positions where both of those can be put, and their insertion can be difficult for the composition with no duelist to actually clear out, because they just can't bypass the short range of the Stinger. There are some positions where they will need to take the duels head on, and those are the exact kind of places that you will see ALG trying to capitalize the value of the Euro and the Waylay.
And on the other side, you basically only have to Prowler to really clear out corners, right? You basically can only fight into those once you invest heavy utility, and normally that's something you don't really want to do on those defaulting segments. So fighting against those close range weapons will be hard. Marshall on the other side could also be very deadly. I think Barricade upgraded to an Outlaw, which makes it even more deadly for them.
Yeah, and still Barricade is gonna have enough to buy into the next round anyways. 2 players with light shields. And there's even one with regen. So the Outlaw might have a lot of value ending there. Caught early on. What a running shot there from Costream. And well, it leaves an opener there. A lot of space for CCG to exploit. But as things do stand, ALG not really shaken yet. It's a 1-2-1, which is something very unorthodox to actually see on a Haven. But once again, they just have the right read. You know, 2 players on that B site playing each other's crosses. That's going to find a ton of value, but the wall there might actually isolate Zeno off the angle. It's a boosted position from Green. He's going to be taken down, but Bunt there, ready for the trade. Not going to stop Zeno from playing aggressive himself. Might catch a good timing, but just not finding the kill. 45 seconds on the timer, and they will pivot back to C.
There's still the wall. Oh, the wall's down. Never mind. Poured out by Barricade. Not able to find any targets. So has the Outlaw Barricade! Walling them off! 2 kills for the Yoru! Next one early into that round. Numbers advantage now. Down for ALG, but big openery for the Chaos crew. Barricade, another flash for him. Turned away by AC, and Zeno finds the trade, finds the kill, the collapse. Onto that flash, Barricade! A 3rd one for him at that. The bonus round goes over for ALG. CCG made sure to win this one by taking a timeout, but it doesn't come into fruition. And ALG on that defense just too steady.
Too good. The opener there. That was pretty much the first step that maybe CCG thought, you know, we got ourselves in, especially with Barricade missing the initial 2 shots at Garage. That was the point where I personally was a little bit worried that it might actually spiral out of control. But they were able to tame it down. Barricade has been the main man in this second half. He went from like, what, 6 and 9? To now 12 and 11 on the defense. And if he is the IGL for the team, that is a massive turnaround for the way that they play it. I like the fact that they were putting the waylay in that angle. What I don't like, though, is the fact that they're leaving Garage completely open, because even if it is an eco with the right timing, they can absolutely outnumber Yang on the C site.
Yeah, still having the Vice Collector. Has to dodge some utility. But his positioning now discovered. Strengthening the C side of Zeno as well. Spike hasn't been planted yet. Yang knows some positionings. Gets a double kill for him. Zeno is there as well. Triple for Yang from the backside. And in a 2v5. CCG is falling apart. Ultimate's been taken by Barricade. Last track for him. Double digits for ALG.
Yeah, the good old ultimate cycling. Just using that interdimensional trip so they'll have it down later. And he even got a kill for that one. And that was an excellent hold from ALG. Yang proven to be really valuable. Started off pretty good as well. I mean, so did Cowan on the other Vice, but right now, you gotta say that it is looking more and more like a team game that ALG seems to be the better team at. They had each other's back there to turn around. I gotta say, Zeno, oh my god. This looks illegal on the replay. It looks like this is Zeno, like, crisp, clean launch through the smoke. But hey, double digits from ALG. And they also find a lot of early space. The sheer taken off A-Lobby, and A-Lobby is taken away by ALG as well. This is the big buy, but the flash start things off good for Barricade. He's able to remain alive for the time being, but a Nightfall might be a problem. Instead, his blindside almost got them off guard. They almost sign up for Barricade, and he's going to be able to find a 1, but it's a double trade for CCG. So 3 alive from the attack. But ALG, even if they don't have the ultimates, ending. Yeah, exactly. He's looking at the right angle.
Might have the timing. Get some support from Aluba. They have the time to just repositioning. Like, Some utilities still available for Aluba. There are C's. There's the slow for ending, but they have to make a play here. They have to start off that retake. The C's misses Kevin. Doesn't get caught by this one. Aluba dies, and the last one here is ending. The timer is running against him. Ending doesn't fight the frag. Bond makes 4. CCG not dead yet.
Some life here in the camp. Big signs of life, you gotta say, but well, death or not, I mean, that was just a messy round, start to finish, and it didn't come down to a clean execute. It just came down to a brawl. Who's better in the round? A big play from Bunt as always, but I gotta say, like, they can't really rely on Bunt to bail them out of each and every single position. Maybe they can try, though, to rely on denying that operator any value. Barricade has had to go so far, but Young is still gonna find the kill even before Barricade comes into play.
Tries to play around that smoke right now. I don't know if he is aware that green crossed over there, because once you're fighting into this one, Barricade! Good morning, Green! You're already on the floor before the round really started. ALG looking poised to take round number 11. CCG doesn't really get a hold on their attack. Doesn't really get onto sides as much as they would have hoped to. Now they're just announcing their execute onto the B side. Hours out of time. Barricade gets another frag. Kevin dead. B side has been taken over, but the numbers advantage still over onto ALG.
And spike plan denied again. Tenno trying to steal for as much time as they can. They try to push and commit. And there's a first kill coming in, but well traded. Tackles Athena, and right now, Yang is in a position to close off the round entirely. The Arc Crows finds the target, but do they even anticipate the push? Just 18 seconds left on the timer. The jiggle there on the angle. Alaiko is going to be called off in the right time. Yang is going to seal off that round, and they need 2 more to find themselves the victory.
And talking about ALG, they were down 5-1 to start off this map, and afterwards they just turned up the engine and found all of the bros that they had to find. Barricade, what a performance from him in that second half, the main character here. Bring us to a possible ALG W. As we already mentioned, 3rd place and 4th place of last year's Ascension tournament. Those 2 teams square up against.
Right now, ending. That was a very dangerous peak. CCG not fully committing off of that just yet. And the C-side rotates are not there. ALG are hoping that they would actually not commit, but it's going to be a double down on the C-side, and ending this time around is going to take some damage off Bunt. That could prove to be valuable, but the scary part is Akamas. If they take the site, there's a Viper's mid on that side, so there is a flood nightfall. Not any space, ending to find the opener, a single dash in on the angle, and Bunt is still there, pretty low HP. Alba is gonna take down Cowan. A very little space left for CCG, but they need to find a kill there. That's a spike down. A second from Alba to make it 3 in total, and it's all left on Green. 1 on 5, but he cannot do a damn thing. It's match point for Ambitious Legends.
I don't like that execute. Like, it feels like you're slamming your head against the wall when you have a team comp that relies on you playing chess. And if you're playing that sort of team comp, you can't really just slam your fist on the chessboard and be like, okay, we are just winning by brute force. Because that comp really relies on intelligence and how to play around the setups and how to break stalemates at sides. But right now it feels like CCG will try to brute force all of that, and I really don't like it.
Right now, I gotta say, there is a world where they can just absolutely punch their way through, but they need to be so much better mechanically than their opposition, and that is not really the case in this game. Gotta say, even if ending is tapered off, he's still 19-11, and Barricade is 17-13.
Yeah.
Despite the slow start on the attacking side, And we have gotten confirmation that Alaba is actually IGLing. 17 kills himself, not too shabby, especially while calling. And this is a much slower round. The calls not really made by the side of the chosen click to commit to anywhere just yet. I still think that with their A lobby control, they probably will end up on the A side eventually. But the positioning that Bunt has found himself in, this could be round winning on its own.
There's basically a 4-stack on that A side. And yes, Bunt has great positioning, has a great lurk, but if they're all running into that paranoia, into that setup, the trap play, everything set up for ALG, but Barricade is just dying in the molly! Aluba with another kill, the Viper split has been shut down. Zeno also able to get a kill, and now Bunt all of a sudden alone on his journey, coming back to Camp Crystal Lake, and all his friends are dead. ALG is taking that first map of CCG. Last year's Ascension's 4th place is back with a big win on their first map.
Absolutely massive for ALG, a team that, at least as far as their points, as far as their standings, all of 2025, they have been a notch below the chosen click. But it looks like when it matters, they have found the first win. Alaba looking really sharp, and a double duelist composition. Despite them maybe coming online in different times, the combination of Barricade and Ending really have shined through that one. But there were a lot of mistakes in that final round. I gotta say, we've said it before, at least I am feeling like I'm gonna harp on it a little bit, but CCG feels like, I was talking about the ALG nerves. CCG have been scared ever since the comeback has been made by ambitious legends.
Yeah, and like in the end, Kaven had such a great start to the map, slowed down a lot, and for my liking, I just had a feeling that CCG didn't really understand on how to play their comp on attack. Like they, again, tried to brute force most of their executes, just hitting their head against the wall until it breaks, but the wall was sadly made out of pure concrete, and ALG just winning all of this. It's nothing else really to say about it, because it comes down to understanding a very difficult comp to play around. And yeah, Chaos Club Gaming just didn't really figure out how to do that.
Yeah, and we can see that definitely in some of those replays, especially there in the end. I feel like that is absolutely the position that we were talking about, those kind of things where maybe they didn't need to brute force it as hard. Sometimes I feel, again, we talked about this a little bit, that explosiveness was a little bit lacking for ALG on the attacking side at the start. You're a comp that by design is not explosive, so the way that they tried to play that one, maybe I'm not the biggest fan. You're not the biggest fan of either, but I don't think that they're gonna bring out anything that is gonna be very special on the second map. What is special though is the team comms.
小切一小，别急别急，我开狗带你们清 A 小，有一个人架井家。好，我在，我来架井家，我能架了，我在这。来，该给包，小心反上，夹屁股，嫂子。我在看屁股，我在看一大。我们后面有闪，兄弟们。别赢，严打了。哎，别急，我们上2楼下。等墙，别缓了，出不来。有墙，兄弟们有墙。好，小 C 帮我看一大。好。雷推了，我打野，兄弟们。他们强迫不跳，别急。强迫我推黑。好，不。隔断墙触发了。变强了，有一个干他 ，nice， 后面的过不来。想要楼，我加一大。不给，都在吗？两个，维斯跟 Viper， 菲德也在，菲德给过眼。哇 ，nice， 过的，哥，嫂子 ，nice， 嫂子 ，nice， 架的，等我call，架好枪。我不验。进不来，兄弟们。要来了，好，车过，速拉，留个 B 进步，好，还剩1名敌人。哎，飞了 ，nice， 有个在地，哇，大哥，我爱死你了。
And Alubar is our MVP, 2.8 KDA, 266 ACS, and 181 round damage on 85% cast. Amazing stats, especially coming out from an IGL.
Yeah, individually, really sharp. And I gotta say, the game that has been called, that has been really good. Maybe a bit slower at the start, but eventually it has taken over, and as you can tell from everything that Aluba has done, like, he's never really in the opening end of most of those sequences, but where he positions himself, I feel like, is a place where you can have a lot of advantage on your other players that you're going to be calling around. And it does give him some leniency. It's like a start player calling in a way. But you gotta say, Aluba has got the makings of the star, definitely in terms of fragging. But the main thing is, it's not just Aluba that is really carrying over the helm. Like, he is, like, what, 266 with the MVP? It was like a one more kill from ending, and he would have been the MVP himself. And Barricade had such an impressive turnaround, even though, like, you know, maybe the ACS is not the best due to his start on attack. But his defensive side, that was instrumental to
the
them
second
winning
half
this first
was
map.
amazing from Barricade, just true to his name, stopping all the executes for CCG, and the first bloods are showing this 14-6. Also basically converting all of their pro spans. ALG on that defense really showed off, and yeah, I don't know, it's only one attack, it's like only one attacking round over to the side of their opponents, over to the side of the Chaos Click. We will see if this one has a turnaround on that second map, because Lotus is a little bit similar to Haven. Both of them are free spot maps. We will see this one after a short break. We will be back in a minute. And with ALG stomping on their defense, we are back to VCT Ascension China. My name is Delacamas, next to me there's the great Voltcast. And yeah, this one will be an interesting one. Lotus up next for those two teams.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it was a good initial start from Chosen Click. But I do think that this is going to probably return a lot more to normalcy. Maybe we'll see a much closer game. Just purely, Akumask, based off the fact that the two compositions that we have seen on the Haven, that was pretty unorthodox. How many times do you see double duelist against double sentinel, double controller, no duelist?
Yeah.
You know, so I do certainly feel that this should be a lot more normal. It's gonna be intriguing. And yeah, wait. I mean, here's the
why
thing.
is he drinking from two cups?
He's drinking from both of them. Yeah, it's like, okay.
And now he's giving one to a friend? Is it like the rule of 3 cups with a funny drink, something with caffeine and water?
Yeah.
Like,
here's the thing.
What is that? Why do I have 3 cups?
Hydration is important, but I don't know if it's that important. I don't know if it's that
Can't I just give them 1 big cup? Like such a huge thing? Where they have to hold it with both hands?
Yeah.
Like they're not Svenskeren. Like they can drink.
Can they though? I mean, they drink a lot.
If anyone catches the Svenskeren reference from like Worlds 2018, then thank you, chat. But
I mean, I think I'm allowed to say that because like Red Bull is all around the corner with Valorant. But you know that there's of course the great Alu. Are those Red Bulls for drinks or not? Reference.
Are those Red Bulls?
Hey, you know that is one of those. That is one of those. Right now,
ninjas in pajamas from like 2015 or something.
I think 2014 or 15. Yeah, but hey,
I
got
was
normal
16
compositions,
years
Akamas.
old back then.
Hey, so I was 16. I was 16, you know. I was having fun. I was living life, and I was old enough to get Red Bulls. But what we are today's young. And this day, Akamas,
I turned 26 in 2 weeks, and I got flamed in our Discord at Project Horizon for that. But we're heading into Lotus, my friends.
I mean, I gotta say, Akamas, I'm 26 as well, man. Why are we catching strays out here? I know, guys, we are boomers by esports standards, but we're not playing. I swear, those hands are rusted. Right now, I'm just using my words for whatever I can know. But what I do know is that ALG, again, with a double duelist composition, they have been looking rather good with that on the attack side, but it's the defense where, you know, we're talking about Barricade, not finding the best value, but right now this A-side setup is looking pretty deadly. You got both Alaba playing on site itself, and another player there on the stairs, and they have a lot of salt and power. That is going to be about enough time for both duelists to commit to the flank on the other end. And
CCG is going to hit their head against the wall again, right? Aluba, first frag for him, destroys the clone as well. Dodges the flash, good one, Aluba makes 3! It seems like they're not hitting their heads against the wall, they're hitting their heads against Aluba, and he's the man of steel. Triple kill for him, standing up and cheering on his teammates.
Look, yeah, good job, guys. Welcome to my side. Thank you very much. That is exactly.
Good morning, hello, how can I help you?
It is morning for us, but for him, you know, it's the evening. He just tucking him to sleep. That's all that there is, and that is exactly the kind of start you want to have.
Lullaby.
Yeah. I mean, it is very calming. Just look at the aim. Just very calm, very crisp, minimal micro corrections. Like I always love seeing a calm aim. I don't know about you. I'm not a big shaky boy myself. And I don't know why, like, the shaky aim is something, but Barricade, usually pretty proficient on the Marshall. That's the code rated, though, for the save round, but not really that much else for the Chosen Click. So, things need to calm down, and I do feel like if this is gonna go in the exact same way that we've seen the defense on Haven, maybe CCG are in for a bit of a rude awakening themselves.
That awakening is certainly a bucket of cold water to the face. Barricade, next frag. There's 3 for him. Yang there as well. And not very exciting round because they're all just basically running into the B main, dying one by one. And ALG up 2-0. I am still not very excited about the attack of CCG, if I'm gonna be honest. And let's see if that changes up on those next few rounds.
I mean, right now though, it's looking pretty good. There's another triple kill to be found. This time by Barricade. How many times have we seen him with triple kills? With the Marshall on defense, it just feels like a deja vu straight from the Haven. But right now on their bonus, they got plenty of rifles. Trying to take a fight to them on the A side and they've taken full control of that part. But immediately, CCG finds the course correction to the B side itself. Maybe not the easiest side to play, and that is why they pivoted back into that C side.
Yeah, they're trying to fight into Yang. And Kasunita right behind ALG finds the damage onto Yang. 1v1 against Barricade, but just falls to the ground. Amazing share of shot numbers. Even AC, a lot of damage on him as well. And now you have to retake that site. Kaven would be so impactful here. Needs to replace his wires. Another flash going down. Aluba has been spotted. The knife. Important to shut down the utility of Barricade. Aluba gets another kill. Aluba gets 3. And Aluba saves another round for ALG. They are winning their bonus with like sticks against tanks when it comes to the weapons.
Can this man do any wrong? This guy is amazing, Aluba. Okay, he's definitely making Wolves regret it. Yeah, like that is just, you know, an ode to sleep right there from ALG. Maybe that is a mental breaker. It wouldn't be weird if we see a timeout on the next round. Perhaps not this one, but at least like pretty soon, because I am kind of concerned for the mental well-being for CCG. You know, it's still a long Ascension run. Of course, as you do know, this is 2 groups. And the winner of this game, most likely, barring anything odd happening, they'll be walking into Rare Adam to qualify for the playoffs for Ascension. And that is not going to be an easy game. But ALG right now are definitely making a case for themselves in, you know, being heavy hitters. And that is something that maybe Rare Adam could struggle with. Young on the angle. Spotted the first player from CCG. It's going to be a big risk if he takes the repeat. Tries to take it with the Arcros, confirms more information, opens up even more space for Barricade to find the opener. Yet still, CCG committing to that C site.
And like Cosita is just running through that smoke onto the side. Bund also there with a trade. Yang is down. And it's just, you know, in the smoke on the side, just playing around. Find some movement, trying to find an angle to fight for. Green. Spotted. There's a lot of damage. Cologne destroyed. Green is down. Bund trades against Aluba. Zeno still prevailing onto that side, and they're stuck there because ending might just be ending that run. Double kill for him. Just from the main area. The flank took some time, but it came into fruition at the right timing, and that 4-0 ALG is looking clean.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, CG, I don't even know if, as you can tell, like the looks on their heads, they are absolutely flabbergasted by the presence of this game. And if it wasn't for the early couple of openers this round, it could have even gone a lot worse. Door ending is found the right timing there, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I wanted to contrast how calm, how satisfying Aluba's aim is to like the ending zoomer aim, where like he's shaking so much it feels like he has tremors or something.
I mean, I have to say, I felt young in that situation, because there was a little devil on his shoulder who was like, peak main, you know, there,
yeah.
peak main, do it. You have an Arcros, just peak, do it. And I was about 80% sure he would do that and would just fall off and die. I know, we're having a little timeout here. CCG needs to be coming back into that game. This one's looking very, very rough. Their attacks all across the board today have been mediocre at best.
Absolutely. And, well, it's not the time to be mediocre. You need to be absolutely great. Only 2 out of those 4 teams in this group will be making it out. Granted, I think we could be in agreement. Rare Adam is absolutely making it out of this group, right?
Yeah, I think one of those 2 teams is making it out. We have a small tech pause, and I have to give out a fun fact here that I just got sent over, because that white bandage on the coach's head for CCG is for cooling down his body, which is very fitting, because if I see my team as a coach go down 4-0 like this, I would be a volcano of fuming rage. And, you know, so I get why he's using it.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is still, like, I've seen plenty of hand fans that were like swinging around between the players from both teams, actually. So maybe the heat is gonna be a factor. And that's why, like, I actually do like seeing, like, some of the small tidbits of, like, yeah, there it is, the hand fan. Exactly, that's right.
Thank you, China production.
Like, as I was saying, like, it's very important for players nowadays.
He's enjoying
especially, in comparison to the past, where now we have a lot more resources. And I don't mean, like, in financial, I mean, like, in people talking about, like, mouse grip, like, sweat, and all those things. You do see, like, a lot of those, like, smaller towels next to the players. They're keeping their hands calm, and that is going to be a rather important thing, you know, at least for my own, right? Because I don't know about you, but when I tense up, I can feel myself absolutely losing, like, the precise edge of my aim. And I do feel like that little bit of calmness, of course, a little bit of tension is good, Akamask, you know? And there it is, you know, the flexing, the enjoyment stuff. And apparently, just as I was speaking about it, it's a gear problem. So maybe it is a good thing to keep an extra bit of stuff in spare.
If anyone's filled their one of their 3 cups onto his keyboard, then I won't be surprised.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
He's playing with me. I am at this point. I'm 90% sure that they are hearing us over there and just playing with us. What is happening here? It's too early, right? It's a headphone issue. So there's too much hitting their heads against walls, I think.
Why you gotta do them like that? Stop it, Akamask. They're already dying as is. You don't need to be so cruel. Well, I mean, nothing really would make any difference in the way that this one is being played. Especially ALG continues to play like this. I feel like there probably is no hope in the current game, but we'll see. Things do make a difference, I gotta say. Especially on the side of CCG. Maybe my expectations were a little bit higher of what they can bring out individually. I still think that, you know, there are no stashes in this game in any ways, but maybe that little bit of hesitation is taking the edge of players like AC and Green that I expected a lot more out of.
Why are they showing us the cups all of a sudden? Why are they doing this? But yeah, why does he have 5?
Okay, so let's see. It's 1 funny drink, 1 caffeinated drink, water. Yeah. What could be the other 2? Like tea and something else? Like, is that it?
Tea, because
it is a drinking game, I guess.
Thank you, our producer. You can't hear him, but he's just like on his funny days, it seems. He has only 1 cup. That's unfair.
Hey,
why does one have 5 and the other one has 1?
Oh man, this is actually kind of intriguing. I mean, like between everything, you know, the hand fans. There it is, just 2. Okay, those are 3, I think. No, just 2. Like 1 cup on the left, 1 cup on the right, which is really weird. Why would he have like drinks in different positions?
Yeah, he's just dual wielding them at some point. He's just no. He's just dual wielding them, like. Yeah, back to the game. I was expecting a little bit more from CCG as well. Regarding, like, they have a team that's mostly the same core of their 3rd place Ascension run from last year.
Yeah.
And I think if you're having a team that's already committed to such a long Ascension run, then hey, you're probably poised to at least have a good placement here, because most of them really want to show off what they can do, right? It's not about, like, we're all 90% sure that DRG is gonna win that Ascension tournament. But if you're a China Challengers player, you really want to show yourself in that tournament. So some of the rebuilding teams might be able to pick you up, and we will have more than enough rebuilding teams in China for the next year, because some of them were just unsuccessful throughout the entire year. And if you follow the LPL and also the VCT China, teams are quick in rebuilding after such a year.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I'm a big fan of that. I like the ruthlessness of those teams, and thankfully, no more EMA cosplay. We're back into the game. Straight out, and well, as things do stand, maybe I would agree with Akamas that definitely everyone is expecting DRG to be the team to make it back into the VCT. But I'm not counting out Adam, man. Sure, my heart has been broken enough times by them. But with the kind of team that they have, I would say I'm a very big fan of their team itself. But as things do stand right now, no love lost between the two teams on the map. CCG still struggling to find their first round, struggling to find their footing. We were talking about Barricade having a slow start. It is this exact same here, but for green this time around.
Yeah.
4 rounds in, not really that much that has been found, but for CCG, they've been given a lot more space. They'll try to exploit on this A side.
Yeah, and they're playing the Vice offside to still utilize their utility. Thrones are going up, Aluba gets killed, but already traded from that side. Yang rejoins his team there, bumped. Tries to get a lot more space, but he has the spike in hand. Somehow he needs to stop pushing to that backside. If he loses this one there, it will be a hard feed. Ending. Finds Bunt on the ground. Ultimate already down. Numbers back to even again. Barricade already rotated over there, but Kaven is the one who might be able to decide that round if your ultimate doesn't spot him.
Well, their ultimate is there, right into the angle, blindside straight to their eyes. The two duelists will be both taken down by AC, and now it turns to a one-on-one. Zeno is able to isolate that duel. Still got the dark cover. They need to take a push through. He goes through the cage, and Cowan on the other side of the box, trying to play for timing. The shots are nearby, and Zeno's gonna be able to stick the landing.
Can they defuse?
No chances for CCG, and I think that he has more than enough time. Okay, not more than enough time, 30 seconds.
It's like under a second.
Hey, look, when they pivot away from the spike, I'm like, yeah, it is a defuse, right? Right?
I didn't see where the ring has closed or not. That's the only point of reference I'm having with the spike.
Yeah.
5-0. The AC had a good run over there in 3, but then it's all of the football players' biggest nightmare because the AC snapped and it's dropped on the ground. Round over to ALG again.
Well, I like the variations from ALG. Sometimes they just give up the side completely. They did that when they know that the KO had the ult. This time they know only the Omen, so that's why they're taking the fights a little bit more aggressively there. But the Sheer taken off early on. CCG, despite that, I think that they are angling themselves to an eventual B split, which does mean that Aluba has got the most important job in the world if you are on the side of Ambitious Legends here. He got 3 players, he needs to at least find the one.
Yeah, the Omen Fort has been spotted. Aluba finds 2 of them. His job done, more than enough. Barricades there as well, just blocking them from entering the site. But the 2 remaining players still on site, fully flashed. Barricade goes down. Kaven with another frag. Grade A ultimate going in there as well. The dash, but doesn't find the target. And numbers are even all of a sudden. A tad too aggressive from ending.
Oh, but the read is good. Movement there from Yang early on into the seaside, spotted by the camera, but can he find those duels? The spike plant is in. Green is holding the line, but he couldn't really find the kill. Now they're both stuck on the side itself, giving Yang the chance to isolate the one-on-ones. He's gonna be able to find a third of his Cowan there. Now, is on for the clutch, on for the quad, trying to just spot the tip of their head, but their noggin has not been spotted yet. They jump up and Xeno smites them down for yet another round for ALG.
Okay, Xeno. Okay, flexing on them. Yeah, I would look the same if someone just jumps up and insta one-tap headshots me. Like, a little bit of the Mongols playstyle, one-tap headshot, first bullet headshot it is. Yeah, just... Ending just doesn't wait until his ultimate comes into fruition. Like, that shot from Xeno is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely crazy. 6-0 Akamatsk. Look, is it going to be the first 13-0 in Ascension this early on in an opening bout between the second and third best teams in the Nationals?
Would it be the first 13-0 in Ascension history overall?
Yeah, I think that would be it.
Yeah, but Barricade finds the first one onto green. His counterpart already out of the equation. Still trying to find an execute onto that C spot, but now the rotation goes off. Ending has a pushed forward position onto A, so no execute there possible as well. And in the middle, that Vice Wall just would discover all of the aggression going into the B side. Ending now has the information that they are coming towards them onto A, and finds a headshot for his liking as well.
Oh, right now, the invitation pretty wide. ALG at the final three, right where they want them. Aruba baiting even more for Ending, who might be indeed epilogue of this game. They try to play their way through the other end, but the camera does spot Ending there on that angle. That makes it a little bit more difficult for him. At least they have entry on the side itself, and now Viper Spit suddenly can switch up the equation with a big kill from the Omen. Now ALG feel like maybe they're not in the best of positions, but they got their own steel garden. Not that it would really matter if they stick around too long. And this one, AC with the right click is able to find a kill. And a chosen click might have finally chosen the correct site. The numbers are back to being even. The operator is not the best gun on those retakes, and they're gonna take their time. And Cowan with the one, Cowan with the next, and CCG are finally on the board.
And they're back on the equation. 6-1 first round on the board. Still not out of their slump. The 5 cups doesn't help them. Chaining more rounds together. They need to win a follow-up here to at least stabilize their economy. And after that great start from ALG, coming back into that round on the back of the Viper's Pit is so impactful for them.
Well, that's the impact, but those are a lot of ultimates just to, get a single round on the board. At least the good thing about that for CCG is that this is actually somehow a reset round for Ambitious Legends, which, sure, if you look at the score, you might be surprised, but if you consider that there has been like 2 or 3 players dying every round, it makes a lot of sense. Speaking of which, this is a nonsensical exchange. Jan still able to find a kill. This could have gone very wrong for CCG. They're going to be counting their lucky stars in that one. It's a 4-on-3. A late insurance policy there is going to be applied in the positioning off green, with the Outlaw should at least be able to find the one. Missed shot on the Duba, but that is going to take the head away from the stairs. And with that other smoke posted up on Heaven, yeah, pretty much. They might try to go for the exits. They might try to keep a player or 2 on the side itself to at least incur some economic damage on the other end. But I'm not really expecting that much from ALG in this one.
I gotta say that I am truly impressed how ALG manages to win 6 rounds in a row and be in an eco after 1 lost round. That's a sentiment to CCG, just holding all of their rounds very, very close. Because that's not normal. After 6 rounds in a row, it's mainly, it's mostly, being on a full buy for the rest of the half. And here in that situation, very, very good perseverance by CCG. Even though they are losing rounds, they're still managing to hold the economy close.
But hey, they take the early timeout though. Very good call. I would say, from the side of ALG. Because as he said, like, you know, the economy didn't put him in a good spot, Akamusk. And I do feel like if they need to find a hold on this game, they want to end it in a 2-0 fashion, not to go to the bind that we've agreed is going to be a very different prospect in comparison to the other two maps. It is all about maintaining tempo. And the first way to do that is to win this round and guarantee that you will not spiral into a second reset.
Yeah, that sort of comeback would be discouraging for ALG. Losing that map 1-0 up and 6-0 up especially would be huge of a hell of a problem for them. And not to take into account that it's the map pick of their opponent, right? It's the map pick of CCG, and even though Haven and Lotus are somewhat similar to how they are played out, it's still, you know, some adjustments that make it more of a CCG map compared to an ALG map. But at the start of this rounds, it seemed like ALG has cracked the code, but they need to change some more rounds and stop the momentum.
Right now, you see operator on barricade, one on green as well. Both of them posted on very different angles, up close and personal here. The Omen TP taking the first bark, and that is going to be barricade fighting first blood for ALG. Exactly the kind of start they wanted, and it's going to halt all the plans for CCG for the time being. Well, maybe they would have wanted to proceed a little bit further towards that B site. They are still at least keeping one player on the angle, barricading green. It's a big duel, and that is going to be the better Yoru, ending out victorious in that exchange.
Yeah, they are having huge problems with the operator barricade, porting out there as well, having some support from the Razor Vines. There's no execute possible into that C side. You have still the wall, you have still the Razor Vines. Yang moving over to the B side, so he doesn't get tracked by the knife, and it's just patiently waiting to fight onto that contact of his teammate, Kevin. Trying to move off barricade, get a third one for his liking. Kevin up on the ground, and this round is just falling apart piece by piece for CCG.
Step by step. Usually we say brick by brick. Right now, no tracks. They're full off the guide rails, and ALG are taking them for a free fall.
Okay, yeah, sometimes, you know, sometimes things are happening, and I mean, CCG looked great, but suddenly back to the tailspin that round has started in. Yang and Aluber in the end closing it out, and you see the relief on their faces after giving up that follow-up round. But they are back on track, breaking that economy with the next round win. Only the Omen and AC who are still on funds if they lose that round. That is an interesting smoke there to port into for CCG. Paranoia has been thrown out, a lot of utility dumped early in the round, but the Omen gets a casino, only able to go for a trade. Aluba lives way too long for standing full blind in main, exposed to 3 people, but he goes down in the end. Cypher ultimate has taken there as well. Kaven fights an important frag to Xeno on the backside, and with that, CCG has all of the players on side.
Yeah, and the timing there for ALG didn't really pan out for them taking the fights on most of the map. I wouldn't be a fan of Barricade taking that duel and losing the operator, but they're going to be giving them that one regardless. Barricade holding a very fine line, AC. Perhaps the little devil in his mind was insinuating the peak. Not that it will come through anyways. And right now, Barricade and Yang dipping the hell away from that A site that has been owned by CCG. And you gotta say, numbers were there for ALG. The execution of the util dump though, and them trying to fight for the rubble, that was a little bit subpar, and that is gonna be a worrying trend, because there is a world where CCG can try to capitalize on that. But if there's something that we have praised ALG for on the Haven, is that they were quick to adapt and rectify their mistakes.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, that adaptation is over to the side of CCG. They're trying to get back into the game, adapting after losing 6 rounds in a row and denying the follow-up rounds for their opponents. That follow-up round would have been crucially important. And Aluba living there for like half an hour is also crazy to me. Like, I don't know how he lived there for the spam of 3 guns. Green has yet to find a kill in 10 rounds. Not his best performance ending. Aggressive go forward. They are taking the fight onto a rubble.
That fight with Barricade there could have had a timing where maybe you could have found the interdimensional drift. Now, he's back all the way deep into the seaside. A lot of space taken there by the side of CCG. The Prowlers almost taking care of Cowan on the other end. ALG will still have to play a 5-on-5 in this post plant. Most importantly, there is still an interdimensional drift by Barricade, and that will be used in the right time just before it is denied from the other end. But the null command comes in. Most of them are off the site, but those 2 players in water, they're going to be very big problems. Barricade with a rifle in hand, but really couldn't take a scalp. Too many players for him to handle. They're trying to fight their way through, but it's going to be an easy lineup there. I say that, but a trade comes in. Maybe a chance for ALG. A second kill from Aluba. This time, CCG will fight tooth and nail with that double kill from Bunt.
What a chaotic execute on that side in the end. Bunt has the off angle that never gets checked. All of the players falling down. The lineup doesn't work out, and it looked like those rounds could fall to both teams either way, but perseverance over to the side of CCG. What a play from Bunt. What an underhand flash for him there.
Beautiful on the other side, but I gotta say, still some ground for suspicion. ALG need only a single orb for Aluba. Have the Nightfall. If he's able to find a kill here before they get to the site itself, suddenly the post plants are a lot more viable. Oh no. That is a massive error. And the first blood given on the ultimate round of the first half. Now they're down to 4. And especially with them not finding any grounds on A main, that could be constituent for them. Perhaps I would say dip away, but instead they still commit. Almost finding ending there. He's down to around 50 HP. And they are going to try to use their utility on the other end, but not really much value has been found. A minute on the timer, Akamask. And I gotta say, the position that Cowan is in feels like the most valuable of all game. He can anchor them back to the B side if things doesn't work out on C. But in any ways, Green posted. And everything lies on this fight.
Green needs to stop the Liverpool Florian Wirtz performance at this point. Bad timing on the scope. Now they know where he is. Zeno gets that frag. Traded out Green. Kaven. The most important part on CCG is coming through again, but they don't check that angle. Bunt only able to go for a trade ending up there on the side as well. They don't know about the positioning of Barricade. That's the player they need to keep an eye on. That's the player we need to keep an eye on. There's Bunt is there in main. Has an interesting angle towards the spike. AC is just watching the flank. Is just watching if someone comes up from upper. Also, that positioning is so important for them. AC needs to have a right timing on the swing. Ending doesn't spot him. Now both positions are known. And Bunt gets that last frag. 7 and 5. CCG is saving their second half of the map. We're going into halftime at 7 and 5 after a 6 and 0 start from ALG. It's truly a VCT China game because anything can happen at any time.
Especially considering that first kill. He thought maybe things would go pretty well from there on out, but Cowan just found a ton of value that latter part of the round, and as always, can rely on Bunt on the side of the chosen click. Game not as close, perhaps, as the Haven that was 6-6 at the first half, but as we've said, if I'm CCG, I'm feeling all the momentum, and I'm gonna say momentum is absolutely real. Like, sure, you know, a lot of people like hypothesize how important it is, but in reality, like, especially in a level like this, where you got like players like Bunt, like Aluba, like Barricade, even Green, all of which can be difference makers. If you give them the momentum, if you give them the confidence, they can take over some games. And right now, I gotta say, it's Cowan that's been taking over some of those rounds from the side of CCG, despite, if you look at the highlights, you would feel that this was just an ALG highlight reel more than anything.
Yeah, in the end, it's For CCG, it's mainly green that needs to stop, like, his slump. Again, playing with a real Florian Wirtz Liverpool performance up there. Halftime in a few seconds. We know the truth. Do we have a third map, or will ALG turn this one into a 2-0 outing? Pistol round is gonna be an important one. 9-5 would be a devastating outcome out of this. For CCG, they really need to make a difference here. They really need to win this one out.
Well, a lot of expectation on this pistol. ALG get it? Suddenly, almost everything has been for naught. I gotta say, for CCG, it feels like some of the belief is back. A lot of relief. Considering how disastrous the start was. This could be their final hope for the opening game in Group B. Right now, the ALG on the attack. Perhaps much like the Haven ending. Much like Barricade was activated on a defense. Maybe this is his time to shine.
I love the deep camp that Kevin is using there because it just gives us so much late round information, just in case they're not straight up hitting C, but that's exactly what ALG is doing. Kevin has an important hold there, getting strengthened by his teammate, by the Viper. AC already rotated over, but it's just the old point that ALG is taking there, just a little bit of noise. But on the other side of the map, CCG already took rubble. They know where they're heading. They know that they basically are only able to execute BOC. That there's no way around this to get towards A. Have Bund there as well, so a lot of information here.
Yeah, Barricade definitely earned a lot of space for the Luba. Well, Barricade is not going to be taken care of. Right now, that knife and a full kit of util on Bund can be very valuable in that entry. They separate the two from the other three on the site itself, and that is going to deny them the spike plan for now, but Ending is still able to find a kill. Time is of the essence, but Young and Ending and Aluba, each of them find their mark. 2 kills rated back on the side of CCG. It is going to be messy, and Cowan is going to be able to find a kill. 20 seconds on the timer. He anticipates him, and Cowan is going to be able to save the round. CCG are back on track.
Calvin has a backpack on and all of his team is just getting inside there. That triple kill just single-handedly might have saved the best of 3 for CCG. And they are, you know, they have a reason to bow for him. Green finds his first kill. And that finds his first kill on that map. And Cowan, a triple for his liking.
Well. Ending. On the case of this game, it does seem that Cowan I decided enough is enough, that even if Green is already finding his mark today, CCG would still have a say in this game. 2 sheriffs, not just the one, from the side of ALG. Even still, are the team on the eco. Not a lot that has been found by them. They have a bigger stack here towards the C side, but as always, very difficult to break a Cypher Viper util combination. The reveals, the trips, the poison orbs, even the cage, like all of which are very valuable tools for Cowan to isolate duels. But ALG are going to rely on numbers, and for their own sake, hopefully that works out, because they're going to go now.
Yeah, they're going in there now, and a rotation has to go out. Calvin finding Barricade! Barricading him off the side. Yang! That's right for his liking. The site has been open for ALG. Might be able to plant a spike at least and have a lot of control for their own situation. Bund is swinging around. Doesn't get that. Frag Ending! Trades out Bund! But it's just no numbers advantage. Zeno. Oh my god. He's gonna fight the enemy homing. He's gonna find him. Report onto this side. The kill on Tracy! Green and Lacosnita! Getting the trade frags, and Zeno might be too little, too late. Green! Another one for his liking. 3rd kill on the board, 7 and 7, but it was an expensive one at that.
Very costly for CCG and for Vicious Legends. That was exactly the kind of round that they perhaps could have even won. It was just a matter of a little bit of timing. Perhaps if they were able to kill the Cypher in a more favorable position, that Bulldog could have been all the difference in the world. But of course, as you can see, with how far back he was, they tried, especially with someone like Ending, to recover that Bulldog, but too little, too late. And the end of the day, Green was the one to save the day. Now he's up to 3 kills. ALG, aggressive early on. Ending is taking a lot of the map control, and Bunt is down to 26 HP with his map.
What?
Ending! Oh my goodness, what a shot.
They're really ending him there. On the ground. Aggressive play for Barricade, but the enemy Omen finds 2 kills! What? Barricade? It's the same in the end. Green also falls to Ending, and with a heart attack for all of the coaches in their chairs, we have an ace side take that was successful off from the side of ALG. Kaiven with a Bucky there in the backside. Don't fight this one too close, Barricade.
Oh no, there's a ding from the Sheriff as well. Second player in the line, Cowan finding a shot. But AC still simmered off. And Cowan, how many times have he found the game winners for his team right now? Even more than ever, he needs to do it, but Ending is going to be the man of the hour. They open up this round, and he's going to be the one to close it. A pivotal round for ALG to stop the bleeding. And right now, they're trying to cauterize the wound in any way that they can, but this is still looking like it's going to be on the minimal margins.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, like, ALG had full weaponry while CCG, yeah, you know, just played with stone slings and sticks on this one. So great round for them, a lot of economy damage. Over to the side of ELG, you see Zeno, just a Bulldog in hand, no Vandal buy possible for him. And it's Green in that off angle. Doesn't shoot at the clone, so he don't reveal himself.
Well, even if they don't shoot at it, does it really mean that on the other end, they're going to allow the information like that from CCG though? Understanding that this is a C-slide execute, offside they go, the conversion pass, not really finding any real values with the kills. But they still take the site, not that Bunt will not take a scalp off. And that is Zeno, done and dusted. No smokes for the round. The camera late in could have been very valuable, but the timing of it, perhaps not the best. They still try to find their way through. 2 flashes in the line. The reveal is important. They turn around this one, but they're still blinded by the second flash. The paranoia comes in at the right timing, and CCG washed them off the site. Everything on Young, and even if he found a kill there, those were all the players from the defending side just looking at his angle, and CCG continuing to be a nuisance, continuing to make this a close affair.
Yeah, their map pick after going down 6-0. The comeback is getting reels 8-8 while being on a better economy. Bunt that first frag important, then you have all the utility in the world to dump inside. Yang is way too late on his lurk. Took the B side once, 3 of his teammates are already dead. ALG needs to find a rhythm on the defense, needs to find a rhythm on the attack. That was the huge problem for them on Haven as well. Not the best of attacks for them there. Defense much stronger. Especially Barricade, who carried their defense here, looked not very good.
Yeah, on their attack primarily, it was Ending just finding some of those multi-man openers. That was the really valuable part for them. They're not getting that right now, so perhaps some punishment is in order, especially with them being on eco. Last time around, they're able to get in the site itself. I don't think that Lightning is going to strike twice, yet despite that, Ending is trying to dig himself in. Not a lot of util value taken away, and especially with that play, they're all low on health. Easy pickings for Cowan. He chooses to play with the first players there in support, but it's all 3 from Cowan himself. He's even looking for the 4th, and that is an easy one to find. At least he made it look easy. But those first 3, that was nothing short of immaculate.
Yeah, those first 3 just... It's again Cowan on that defense, putting his team on his back. He's just pushing them over the finish line. Cowan once he's on those cypher positions on the defense, just looks absolutely amazing. 4 frags for his liking. No ace coming through, and now there's a timeout for ALG. They need to make use of this one. Having their second one that early onto the second half is not the best of outcomes.
Absolutely.
And this one will be an absolute pit fight here.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a brawl already as is, but you gotta say, I expected this from the Haven. Did not expect ALG to just wash them off. But credit where credit is due, they did show up when it mattered in the Haven. Right now, CCG are also showing up to try to force the bind. This is the final stretch of the map. Almost 10 rounds apiece. And it is going to be a buy round for the ambitious legends. D-side has been a tough cookie to crack. Especially considering that they are a composition that just don't have the kind of utility that is necessary to break the Cypher util. You know, usually if you have stuff like a Sova, any damaging util, you can really clear that off. The only damaging util that they have is the Vines, and that doesn't really break it off. So that is maybe one of the places why they're struggling a little bit against Cavum. But in any case, not all to the best of stars there with CCG. Well, I mean, at least Bunt is laughing about it. You know, he's pretty chill about that one.
They're trying to execute onto that B side after spotting the knife. A side has been cleared by their Yoru as well. It's a lot of decoy play for ALG right now, but Barricade making some noise onto the A side should lure some attention over there, should turn some heads. Kevin doesn't find anyone with the spray, and the A side has been taken advantage of. We have Aluba still lurking around the middle, has no utility on deck, so an absolutely worthwhile ending. Slowed himself up there. Needs to drop down, needs to let go of the angle. And it will be an aggressive retake from CCG. They're already pummeling onto the side, but Barricade in the backside gets a double kill. Zeno trading himself out as well. And it's only down to the enemy Omen. It's only down to the last player of CCG. Yang gets that last one. And the timeout came into fruition and the perfect circumstances under the perfect timing. Barricade. That double kill from backside. Absolutely impactful.
And they needed that one desperately, you gotta say. That Nightfall, it feels like a worthwhile investment considering that it was just about enough to force them to take a few steps away from the side of CCG off the A site, where we have seen Barricade gone so far forward that he was deep inside tree even before the execute on the A site started. 9-9 right now. Still, not the easiest round for either the two teams. CCG this time around, the knife actually lands, but it doesn't stop. Ending from walking in, finding the opener that was so fabled for. And this is gonna put CCG on the back foot. They take it back by a kill. And Zeno's gonna again another 4-on-4 in the post plant.
4-on-4, but Vice ultimate ready this time to push off CCG. Barricade, aggressive fighting. That's not the real Yoru. You need to be aware of this. Nobody walks into that angle with an operator. They know where the portal is, so no way this one will be activated. Aluda doesn't turn away from the flash, but gets the frag anyways. A too late swing, Aluba. Double kill from his positioning, doesn't have to compromise his angle. And it's only down to green. Had a mediocre map up until now. 0 kills on the attack. But his defense needs to be clear. That cat symbolizes everything about his own attack. Just moving off the angle. Finds ending. Finds a kill as well. All of the players down for ALG, but the round still goes into their pockets.
Yeah, that might be a bit too costly for ALG right there, because the AWP is still saved. And if it does make a difference in the next round, suddenly everything is different. But what is the same is ending. Finding a ton of value there. And as you said, despite the flash, they're able to time it out. Able to give themselves a good space. And speaking of timing things out, there it is. The 4th and final timeout of this game. And for CCG, much like Ambitious Legends, they chose this one because it is do or die. It might be bust of the opener if they are not able to find a victory here.
And I think ALG has a lot to talk about as well, right? There are so many weird over-aggressions from them. Like, what is Zeno doing there in upper once they're planting the spike? I know he wants to take away some space and have a surprising angle, but he paranoias over into connector, out in the open, and then has not enough time to re-equip this weapon, dying there in upper. CCG has some problems with those fast executes and, you know, the raw aiming that Ending is providing. But still, you need to be a little bit more composed over to the side of ALG here right now. Not over-aggress everything.
Absolutely. Well, as far as things do stand, though, gotta say, even if we do agree it's not the end of the world, a lot of ultimates there on the side of CCG Alchemask. And they'll need to find early value with them. Speaking of which, Green early on, wait, but it kills always. Can Ending actually? How can he get away with this? How?
He gets away with 2 before he gets traded Bum's ultimate down. He can be revived, but Ending is just doing Ending things. Let the credits roll because Ending is there. Barricade in the backside again. Oh, that push might be the over-aggression that we were talking about. Green finds the kill onto Yang, finds the kill onto Zeno, but Barricade is there in time. Barricade gets a double. Green porting back into heaven with the Euro ultimate, gets himself out of trouble. But the spike has not been planted. CCG has a chance to claw themselves back into this one, you know, where the positions of the players are, but Aluba finds an important frag. That's no fake teleport. Another fresh. Green turns away from this one, but the operator not the best gun to have in that situation. Aluba doesn't even need to plant the spike. Round number 11, ALG doesn't allow CCG to come back fully into that game.
And how many ultimates was that from the side of CCG as well?
Yes.
Especially with them trying to force on the retake. And if it wasn't for Green, this entire round might have not even made a difference. Oh my god, Andy just dashed into the smoke and got a kill. And he is an absolute demon right now. He's terrorizing the chosen click. I gotta say, things do stand. With how many little ultimates there are, I think there are 2 left. One of them being from the shadows. Yeah, actually no, there are 3 left. There's still the Viper Spit as well from AC. But their economy is not looking that good. There's the Stinger, there's the Guardian, a lot of light shields as well. So those Phantoms have their full effectiveness still.
And everyone's on full shield, full utility, full weaponry on ALG's side as well. They're using Ending as the decoy again. Like, he is in middle in a position where he might catch some of them off guard. Lurking Duelist seems to be the call. Committing the Viper Spit onto the C side. Now there is like both Cypher Tripwires and the Viper Spit on C, which is a lot of blocking utility to just throw into one cramped space. ALG will just move on with their day, and might be just executing onto A or B side.
Yeah, the interdimensional drift, the learning in the position of the Cypher. Now they know that there's at least one on that side itself. They're trying to break through to find that kill. Ending as always, and Aluba with an eye bun this time around from finding a kill. So it's a 4-on-3 barricade. Well, he might have died, but that was a well-earned pulse plant. And Ending in a position of genuine menace will still find a second before going down. And now a lot is left in those 2 players on the side itself. And Green himself is on 38 points of health. Not really a whole lot that they can try to do. The initial tap, not doing that much, but Green finding a kill there. Traded! That was a 1-on-1 in the end. But a dark cover, not long for this world. Zeno down to 12 HP though. He's not been having the best of games, but he's buying just about enough time. The spike is sticking down. Like him also needs to find a kill. Does he even have enough time though?
He can, obviously. He can just...
Oh my god, man. Why are you doing this to me? What the hell? Oh, come on.
Sorry,
I'm getting
sorry.
a heart attack here.
Sorry, our producer friend, all the love in the world to him, had a little Magnum moment and hot mic'd us. I'm very sorry. Okay. we're having a little fun over here. But yeah, in the end, this one. They defused it in the end. We saw it from the reaction of the CCG players that they have enough time. Exploding onto that A side. Rubble has been taken over by ALG. They need to get into those close call situations. Ending, preparing his ultimate as a go out of 3 is prepared. Both players hiding into that smoke barricade. Finds 2! Good morning, CCG! Putting you back to sleep, Aluba! He's getting traded there as well. Ending, close angles. We talked about this one. The player from heaven. From the havens, Caven has come. The last one who can save their dreams of an opening win in Ascension. ALG might be on mad point here, might be on serious point here. If Caven doesn't have some heroics coming out. First headshot onto barricades, that's Zeno's claw. Peeks him as well, 50 HP onto Caven, needs to defuse, this one needs to stick the spike, 6 HP! And Yang closes at 12 rounds. ALG is on serious point.
Oh my god, this is such a messy round as well. They started off with such a weak economy. Barricade again. Deep in 3. This time, they tried to take him out of the position, but unfortunately for them, just were looking at the 3 door. That it was just about enough distraction for Barricade to find those 2 kills. And as good as Cowan has been all game long, he is just not good enough to do too many miracles. He's already done them a few. This is the tail's end of this tale. 2 Stingers, a Guardian, and a Sheriff. 2 Stingers. 2 Stingers and what? 3? Yeah, it's 3 Stingers actually at the end there.
That's
so mainly those SMGs, Akamas. A lot of light shields as well, so ending with the Outlaw can find a ton of value.
and there's the first frag. Ending once again, starting off the round strong. The decoy ultimate over to that A side forced a lot of commitment, and Aluba finds a kill as well. The magician of that best of 3, Kaiven on the ground. And it's only on his teammates to complete the comeback, to fight themselves back, to claw themselves back. Green finds barricade. And all of a sudden this round seems very, very doable. Weapons not in a recoverable angle. He still has a flash. It's ending there. Still has the spike in hand. Needs to wait for his supporting cast to be close out this round. Doesn't spot ahead. But Aluba does. Aluba makes one AC! Snaps both of them in half! Aluba and Yang on the ground, ending has to end this best of 3, but AC makes 3 kills to save his team from going down 0-1.
And we shall ride again for one more round. Could it be the OT though? Could it be the miracle? Especially after such a solid start from ALG. That kill right there from Bunt. That was everything, and the spike was planted. The trajectory changes, but it pulls ALG into haywire. They still got enough for a purchase. It's a little bit better than what CCG brought up to the win. But even then, the C-site continues to be their bane. And it's round 24. Looking at the ultimates, they're 1 away from a lot of things. They got the Steel Garden. They are also 1 away from the Dark Shadow. 2 away. If you're talking about the interdimensional drift there on Barricade. They've lost control of the A site. Green is spotted there on main. Doesn't have a gate crash now. So if there's an opportune moment, maybe that could make a difference, but so far, pretty stable.
And with the wire in mid, it's so hard for ALG to commit anywhere but C. They're using their ultimate! The Outlaw finds barricades and ending their possibilities of winning that round. You need to have a huge turnaround here. 3 against 5. Saving isn't an option. You need to commit into this one. The wire is destroyed on B. Chaos smoke thrown out by ALG. They really need to find some cover. Yang gets AC out of the picture. Bunt with a kill from himself against the other IGL Green. They send us to overtime. Bunt with a double kill there from the connector area. 12 each. And we are going to overtime.
Oh my god, I thought that this one was surely going to be making it there, but now we'll go to a small break just before OT rolls in, and we'll be back with you for more action. No rest for the wicked Akamask. That much we can be assured of. Rolling straight into overtime. Not even a minute to spare. And now ALG back to the defense. And that could make things different.
Barricade is just casually walking into that knife. Even he is tired at this point. Ending? Ending! It's the second team! AC trading him out! He's just... pain!
Oh my god.
First it's Barricade throwing his flash against the wall. Now Ending is just flying into this one. It's like a bird flying against my window at day.
Oh man. Oh man, Alchemask, we're seeing absolute glue right there. Cancel the cinema. But hey, things could still go anyways. Still a 4-on-4. Green went down at the end of that exchange. But Young is being punished. He somehow still finds the kill. Sickened his way down for a second as well. And he did plenty of damage to Cowan. And suddenly, even if the spike is down, it does feel that there is still a world where ALG can try to commit to that retake. The two players in water are so valuable. Like Sonoda is not going to be able to find that much. Aduba taking care of that kill, walking past the wire, trying to find the tap. Very low HP on the Cypher, and they find the round immediately. What the hell in God's name is this one?
Other casters would have used a word starting with F in that situation, but Yang just showing us some absolute insanity on that side. Okay, yeah, please give me another angle of Ending hitting his head against the wall. He's fully blind on two separate occasions, gets 2 frags and half a one onto that last player. I am so confused.
Okay. I guess a lot of people expecting this OT to end up pretty quickly, apparently. A lot of people thinking that maybe like 15 is the max 16. And that would be like, what, 86% of everybody that has voted? Or 85% rather? 75, okay, math is difficult, never mind.
Here. We will have a 2022 here. I am 100% sure we will do that.
Hey, whatever it is, we're taking it. But for now,
I have fun casting this best of 3, especially when Ending flies against walls. That one is in particular very funny to me.
Yeah, I mean, Ending is staring at a wall. Thankfully, no dash.
What is it with Ending and walls?
No refract. No refract. No dash. Everything is good. But this duel, Green, glass cannon.
No TP.
The operator is forced off. He had to dip back, and there's still the Cypher util there to cover for him. This is the commitment from ALG to the side that has been their bane at times, that has been the relief at others, and it might be the silver bullet that they need.
Yeah, but Bunt finds the first frag onto Ending. Aluba able to trade. The Rage Boss is down. Caven on the ground. Spike has been planted. Can they fight into this one? AC is there as well. Aluba not able to find anything. For his team, numbers advantage is going over to CCG. Yang at least able to find a kill into Bunt. Barricade and Zeno might be closing it out, but AC in a 1v1 once again against Zeno. Has the Viper's Pit ready. 2 bullets. 2 bullets into that weapon. Zeno has a wraparound. Zeno has the frag. And Zeno ends his best of 3 for good. ALG finds a win against CCG in the opening match of Group B. With a 2-0, they are doing it in the same way as Dragon Ranger did it yesterday. And sweeping through that first matchup.
Absolutely pivotal here for Ambitious Legends. The 6th seed in terms of the seeding of the Chinese national circuit. And they have leapfrogged against the 2nd best team in the entire challenger level. It's only Rare Adam and Chosen Click, the 2 real horses, that everybody anticipated walking into that one. And that is an absolute shocker. Not that it wasn't without its flaws. But this is a very scary display to whoever is going to win of the next best of 3.
Yeah, those 2 will be scary opponents. The shooting performances has been on and off for both of them, and slight inconsistencies in those matchups. But in the end, I think the more consistent team won this one. It wasn't the flashier team, but the overall, as a unit, more consistent functioning squad in Ambitious Legend Gaming. And what a ride it has been for this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a rite of passage. Welcome to Ascension, everyone. Welcome to Ascension, ALG. And for Chosen Click, I gotta say, it's a whole lot of effort that they have gone through. This was a hard-fought battle. At one point, maybe you and I thought it was a foregone conclusion when it was like 5-0, 6-0. But now, things are very, very different. The way that it applies things. Oh, it got to all the way to OT. And against better teams, especially if they're hoping to make a run into the playoffs, teams like Rare Adam and Dragon Ranger, they will not really give them the same quarter that they've been given here today. But considering that this is the 3rd best team, theoretically, in CCG, and they've not really disappointed on the 2nd map, this is looking really, really dangerous for those 2 teams, because now we may actually have a 3rd contender in this Ascension run.
Yeah, and like, overall, you need to take into account what Kaven was doing. Like, if he doesn't get on a very, very good challengers or VCT team next year, I would be surprised if he performs like this for the entirety of Ascension, because that showing, even though his team has lost, has put them into contention at least, right?
Yeah. Very solid effort from the team as a whole. And I gotta say, really impressed with their tenacity. And I'm sure we'll be impressed with their comms as well.
玩到 A 了已经，到 A 了吗？确定？来了，进来守，进来守。开吃了，八哥，我来了。OK， 右边。忘了。来，跑起来。来，我加右边，八哥。走。OK， 不用了。闪光，闪光。别急，别急，别急，来，给。我加光。我就加右边。小心右边连。Nice！ 哎呦喂 ！Flawless！Oh my！ 飞档。有进阶。 进来了，进来了！没爆点，我来带 B， 八哥，别走。还有2个，Q 1滴血 ，Q 1滴血。听我说，冷静冷静。我有眼，我有眼，这种。好，换枪了。对眼，2秒，2秒。击爆了，我开门。没枪吗？出来了。Q 1滴啊！8点，8点，有人摸了。爆点，包后，包后，柱子。8点，8点。2个8点好像。剩下一个。2个8点，2个。齐打了。走。 被给打！哎，齐，好执行，齐，该打就打，不要怕。好。
Lubar is once again our MVP of that map, and especially in those side ults, he showed off so much. 7 multi-kills, 1.5 KDA, a kill per round in damage. This one has been an absolute masterclass throughout the entire best of 3 for Lubar at this point.
Yeah, he's been showing up massive, very high cast in both games. 7 multi-kills in this one. Been really impressive throughout, and I've got to say, this look from this ALG, I mean, a lot of people are definitely interested in some of the other teams. I mean, Rare Adam is the team that everybody's following as a team. There's, of course, Simon, that we'll be seeing up next. That is like
Simon
also
and
one of the
friends.
big names that, you know, everybody's like, hey, Simon is playing. When is Simon playing? He's playing up next, ladies and gentlemen. And he's going to be playing against the best team that theoretically is in the second tier of the Chinese competition. A team that a lot of people were heartbroken, that didn't make it. And you know what? DRG definitely did show themselves to be one of the best teams in the region as well. Like, remember, not only did they make it to champs, they were the grand finalists as well in the stage 2.
Yeah, and Shilai on the other side, winning split 1 this year. Like, those Ascension teams from China are really competing up with the best, and I'm intrigued if anyone can beat Dragon Ranger Gaming. I think in the end, if it comes only down to Rare Adam and them. If we're gonna be honest, if we're not having a huge surprise, it's coming down to Rare Adam or Dragon Ranger Gaming. But like, it's China. In Chinese Valorant, anything can happen at any time. I mean, we saw like this year an Ascension team winning a split, right? The only other region where that happens is G2 in Americas, and G2 is something else, right? 16 first bloods, by the way, also absolutely crazy. A wild ride.
Even look at the game, anything could happen. You can start winning 6-0. You can like have the game unlock at 12-10, and then you have to force it to OT, where luckily enough, they were able to get it across the finish line there in a 2-0 fashion, both games. I wouldn't say that they were one-sided affairs, but the Haven, pretty much, we almost could tell from the start of the second half that ALG's defense is going to carry over. On the second map, though, that was the one that was really contentious. And I gotta say, like, Chosen Click, they haven't even been, like, the second best team in the Chinese Nationals, because some of the other teams that have been even better than them are just unverified, so they couldn't make it to Ascension. So I would still agree with you. I think it's between DRG and Rare Adam. But if there is ever going to be a challenging team, probably AQ is gonna be it. Simon is on the team. A lot of people are hyped for it, and I gotta say, especially with like some of the players on that team, maybe there is some pieces that can actually put it together. If I am intrigued into that one, that will be something else, though, because it's not going to be you and me. We have had just about enough. So thank you very much for being here with me, Alchemist. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting Project Horizon. Of course, a big thank you as well to all the people that are cheering from the side of the YouTube and the stuff. And apparently, we have one more surprise. There is going to be an interview. And I do assume that B-Loss is going to be there to translate that one.
竞技场的比赛吗？
我会经常看我们 VCT CN 的比赛。
经常看。那现在你也成为了舞台上的一员，是什么样的感觉
？Another part of stage, how do you feel? 享受在舞台上竞技的感觉。
昨天晚上想到。
And it's very exciting. I really enjoy being on stage.
当时会有点
比较兴奋。
比较兴奋，在舞台上最后打比赛打起来的时候也是非常兴奋的状态。
是的。
CCG 其实也是这回晋升赛可能大家公认的比较强悍的队伍。赛前有预想过会是一个2-0的取胜吗
？And did you guys think that you 2-0 CCG? What is? Because we know they're very strong. 就是说。很多的想法吧，我们就是打好自己的东西，然后把自己该做的东西做好，然后该打的内容展现出来。And then we said we didn't think about that too much.
其实今天对方也是有非常强的个人火力点的。Kevin 选手可能很多时候他的个人能力也得到了一个很好的发挥，但感觉今天第一张地图，你们在开局陷入到一些被动之后，调整的是非常快的。那面对到他们这种双少无决斗的阵容，当时的临场调整是什么样的呢？
我们当时 And it was just when like seeing their common haven. 然后大家去抓对方的失误，然后找到对方的漏洞，然后大胆去操作，抓到timing就直接去。And so they focus on like slowing down themselves, and then catching the opponent's mistakes.
是非常的焦灼，也来到了一个加时，来到加时，整个是什么样的状态？因为其实一开始你们是一个大比分的领先嘛。
And it's like, how do you get, how's like the mental, like getting to OT on Lotus? 一分一分翻，然后不用去想那些比分，就当做一场全新的游戏就好了。
是的，心态调整还。
And it's like when we got to OT, we was like kind of like didn't care about the score and we didn't look at it and just treat it like a new game. 比较关注 DRG 和 AQ。
那更想和这两支队伍的哪一支？
It's like I'm kind of he says he's very interested in like DRG and AQ and how they do.
学习一些东西。
是的。
OK， 那再一次感谢你。
And he wants to learn from them.
我们的赛后采访到这里就结束了，接下来
And that's a good interview.
大家不要走开。
Our next game, Simon and friends are facing Rare Atom, and I think that's one of the matchups that people are most hyped for, because Simon, world champion of 2020 for last year's champs winner, gonna play in Ascension. Like, we have some champs winners playing Ascension in EMEA, but they were from like 2021, back in the days, the old hats, the spearheads of Valorant esports. And now we have a not current champs winner, but nearly current champs winner coming up here in the Ascension tournament. It's gonna be an absolute banger. Stay tuned and support Project Horizon if you want to support us even more than just tuning in here into the match days. Just join our Discord, because our Discord is like the hub and the community for Project Horizon. We are there to yap as well a little bit, so please make sure to join our Discord to get more news onto Project Horizon. We are done for the day, Volt. Thank you very much for casting this one with me. We're handing it over. Have a good one, and we will hear from each other.
To, of course, VCT Ascension China is myself, Matt Dane, and joining me, it's Amike. It's been a little bit since we've been on here together, my man. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, especially today when I get to cast with such a wonderful person as yourself. But you're right. I mean, today is a beautiful day. Regardless, we get to cast, we get to see what Chinese teams are in Ascension, and I mean, this is basically the most prestigious tournament out there when it doesn't come to it doesn't have to do anything with the tier 1 circuit, because the winner actually gets to be in tier 1 next year. But sorry, I didn't mean to jump the whatever.
The gun.
Madante, how are you doing, my friend?
My guy, I'm good, and you know what? I don't really mind, because we get to talk about these shenanigans, so I am absolutely fine at the fact that we have jumped onto it. So we did have a phenomenal start. It was CCG, and it was now the name escapes me, of course, as soon as I say it out loud. But we had an excellent start to the series for DOG. Thank you very much there for the voices in the head. Or ALG, sorry, I don't know why. Anyway, yeah, ALG, and it was pretty convincing 2-0, a little bit closer, but and I imagine, I'm hopeful this will be the same set, but I believe we do have a little bit more of a fan favorite this time, shall we say, going into this lineup.
Oh, definitely. I mean, today's game is going to be Rare Atom against Any Questions Gaming. I mean, and the fact that one of those has a logo on VLR and the other one doesn't, well, would surely tell you something about what the team's perception is. But yeah, Rare Atom has been in Ascension before. They've been here last year and just barely managed to not get in, losing the grand finals against XLG, who then, well, obviously won Ascension and went into the tier 1 circuit for this year, and obviously then even get to keep the spot for next year. But Red Atom, it's a definitely new roster. Back then we had a couple of names that we knew, like Freeing, who then went to DRX, like No Man, who went to XLG. So the org is still the same, but the players, well, those are a couple of new faces.
Yeah, it's a bit wild kind of seeing all these new names popping up, and it's great getting that opportunity, because we've seen quite a lot of fresher faces pop up as well. I mean, yesterday, while they did have a bad run against DRG, we have had a fair few kind of new, fresher faces show up, and a lot of talent come through. So it's nice to get those faces on the board, kind of get a little bit of a mix-up to it. And China's already very mixed up, shall we say, in terms of just the pace and the speed, how everyone kind of wants to play it in this region. And it's good to see the back and forth between them. And the fight for getting into that tier 1 spot, as you were saying, Mike, it has been very, very, very tight.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be 8 teams in total, and this is the B bracket, the second side of the bracket, and the winner of this this match will go and then play against ALG. So maybe not quite. I mean, there's still quite a lot to go on. They have a playoffs with double elimination afterwards, but as I always say, winning the first match is always the best way you can start to hopefully go on a run like this. I mean, you have to, in Ascension, there's only one slot for one team. There is no extra prize for coming in second.
No silver, no silver, no bronze medals here. It is gold or go home, and that does mean we have to see these teams kind of perform at their best. There isn't really space. There isn't really any space for mistakes to be made. There isn't really any space for moments that you can say, oh, you know, we go next. There isn't any time for that scenario, and we now get to have a look at any questions line up. Here they are. So again, quite a lot of fresh faces. I'm sure quite a lot of names that I hope very much that we are going to start see popping up a lot more, that we will not be, you know, seeing Danny, you know, GRQ and such for the first and last time here, and the players should just be getting ready to walk in. The nice thing about not being a known team, no one knows what you're going to do, funnily enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I like about this matchup, because Rare Atom has the well-known team name and maybe a couple of rookie players. But when it comes to any questions gaming, I mean, we have to talk about Simon. The one player that won champs before. It's crazy to have a player in Ascension that has lifted not only a trophy, but the biggest trophy in Valorant. And for him, obviously, after the big falling out that he had with EDG, he has the chance to now prove himself again, and hopefully with his team. And I mean, who knows, if they manage to win Ascension, which I know is a big if. But like, imagine the storylines. I just love the potential there is behind this map. Either the big name or the big org.
Oh, it's Goliath versus a slightly smaller Goliath. That's really the kind of vibe we've got here, and it's a big deal for Simon. If Simon could, you know, take this organization, of course it wouldn't be on his own, but Simon is the person to be able to do it. Simon has the big name, as you said. If we do all of a sudden start to see any questions really pop off, make a name for themselves, you have to then look at Simon as potentially one of the best players Valorant has ever seen, if that can be done. Of course, it's a big if. Of course, we've got a lot of time to see whether that will, you know, work out that way. But as you said, the storyline here, we could be at the beginning of an absolute fable being written down. And with the map pool layout here ready and set up, I can't think of a better way than to get this started.
I mean, Aesop, who is he? VCTCN is the better fable writer here. But you're right, we're going to go into Lotus, which is going to be a pick for Rare Atom. I also just wanted to say, when it comes to maps, apart from Lotus maybe, we don't see any newer maps. No Corrode, they banned the Abyss. So it's going to be maybe a bit back to form, back to what they know. I mean, these players that maybe haven't played for such a long time, but when you think about like Simon, these are all maps that he has played before on the biggest stage in Valorant. Lotus, Haven, and Ascent. It's almost like the beta patch apart from Lotus.
Oh, I mean, that's the thing. I was going to say it's bread and butter, but there's three, so it's peanut butter and jelly. That's kind of the big three that we get to see. It used to be Bind. Bind kind of gets, you know, hit and miss there. You know, for the best of 5, Bind is basically always there. But as you said, yeah, that Lotus has become, you know, the mainstay. Weirdly enough, Ascent actually does seem to be the one that's getting favored the least of the kind of traditional maps, as you said, that kind of initial 2020 patch. That, if anything, hey, China want to experience what we had 5 years ago. China never got to experience Valorant with just those 3-4 maps, you know, so they want to change it around. Maybe if we start seeing Reynas get picked up, hey, then we maybe are back to 2020. But with that, we get the agent roster coming up through, and to be honest, nothing too surprising here. A double Sentinel setup from any questions, though, something I really like to see.
A double Sentinel, double Controller, and as you know, with only 4 roles, if you double up 2 roles, that means that one is gonna go missing, and in this case, it will... Wait, no. Oh no, I'm sorry. I cannot read. Price is now initiator. That's what I realized. No, it's all fine.
I mean, the Argros counts.
But yeah, on the one side we have the double Controller with the Viper and Omen, what was the other thing that you said? The two things fit perfectly together.
Oh, it's peanut butter and jelly. Come on.
No, but the two things.
Oh, bread and butter.
Exactly, bread and butter. And the other side you have the Deadlock, so definitely a bit more modernized version of Lotus. So not quite the 2022, 2023 Fnatic comp that you would see maybe normally.
Yeah, Breach has fallen out. A lot of people were saying, you know, whenever the Breach nerfs were coming through very quickly, I mean, we're about to get in, but very quickly, Breach had the fault line, one of the strongest pieces of utility in the game, and then all of a sudden, a 0.05 second change to the utility was enough to really hamper on his usage, which is why we don't get to see the setups here. Now, speaking of a setup, Viper Wall's about to come through. Midnight doesn't quite get his head hunted just yet. Eugen, though, I mean, the information seems to be there. The body shot not going to be enough for the frag, but that's half HP for Midnight already. It's quite a slow-paced opening to this A site. It's not one we typically see be so calm and collected. Usually there's about, 400 pieces of utility being thrown out. This time, quite a bit more reserved from both sides.
Yeah, but also, I mean, Rare Atom in this case, they have to stop. You can see Midnight, as I said, on 45 HP, Inja on just 13 HP, so really barreling down A, especially when you have a full deadlock setup on the other side, is really not going to help, especially now that you fall. So the good thing is, at least that's a player who was low HP, but now you have to go against the Chamber, and it's a nice blast pack to try to get him to stop on the line. It seems to be that this will be a deep plant.
Oh, a very deep push as well from a lot of Rare Atom. Oh my days, we said a B plant and it seems to be a complete fight for it. Very risky stuff. If you don't get that spike down, that's, a lot of credits. That's 1,500 that you lose out, and potentially with only 14 seconds as well. Any questions, have the read that it is this rotate towards A. It's Midnight with the lurk. Only 6 seconds left. The double satchel comes through the haunt. The paint shells, everything's down. This timing has to be absolutely perfect from the side of Midnight, and so far, all we've had is a reunification of both members. The A site has been taken. It's a beautiful paranoia. Any questions, though? No full HP for anyone here, so an errant right click, one headshot for anyone will seal the deal here. Midnight gets found out by one, and Simon picks up a second for the 3K. Very, very clean stuff from the defense.
A good statement from the one person who we could definitely not call a rookie here, showing up on the race, especially, I mean, when you consider back on EDG, he was usually the breach player, and so the initiator player, and in this case, it seems like he's taken the mantle of the race player, and it seems very chaotic in the beginning, and I believe if this was like a bet, it would have gone up and down to whether who would win this, but in the end, it will be Simon to help his team get the pistol round.
Indeed, and very deserved, very well enjoyed a pop off there. It is the pistol round, and the pistol round is such a volatile moment because you either get the response of, oh, you win the pistol round, fantastic, that sets you up to, have an excellent footing going into the later stage of the game, or you say, oh, we lost, it's only the pistol round. It does, very much whether you're winning or losing, then determines your response to that win or loss. And speaking of now, we're going to have a complete fight. We had it on the A site. It's towards the C site now. GRQ gets the paranoia. He tries to throw one back. He doesn't quite get classic out. The paint shells from Simon. He's also getting himself stuck in with the judge. And there's one player left over. G stuck on mound and will not go any further.
Looked a bit dangerous in the middle there with the paranoia, but in the end, it will all work out fine. The beautiful combo of utility, especially with the paint shells coming out and even getting a frag off of that. And Porsche on the Viper really didn't have any choice except to, apart from accepting his own fate there with the classing in the end. And you're right, it will be a flawless round, and that's the best way you could possibly start this map.
Indeed, a quick 2-0 to start it off, and as you said, the flawless comes through. The spike not get planted, so there's going to be a little bit of a shakier buy. Of course, it is still a full buy, but you're not going to see the full setup, but a shakier execute there will not be. Satoshi pops up the satchel movement. You had already pointed out, Mike, but that was incredibly clean stuff. An excellent 3K, and if you look at the other side, it's the two remaining members of Any Questions asking one singular question. Where did the rest of the team go?
Guys, what happened? Are they C? Are they C? Meanwhile, the spike's already planted and they're already back in Narnia. And yeah, I mean, AQG with a Spectre and a Bulldog, it seems like they kind of have to go for this here. There's no way you're gonna save that. But the problem is you have Je there who's able to get one, so it's 1-to-1 trade. And now with the Bulldog, okay, now well, I was just about to say now saving would be fine. Unfortunately, no chance. And you can see, just like Any Question Gaming before, now Rare Atom, they themselves are standing up and they're saying, hey, you want to do that? I can do that too.
If you want to work the crowd, the crowd are a fickle thing to work with, because they will very much work with the energy they are given. And if both teams are, you know, hyping them up, getting them worked up, then it does mean that you've got an engaged crowd. You've got people that really want to see you win. Even again, Any Questions, other than Simon, who we, you know, just kind of have to point out a lot because he's got that name behind him. If Any Questions can start getting that hype, you know, they can create a lot of love. And speaking of creating a lot of love, the showstopper comes through. Satoshi barely able to pull the trigger on the bazooka. The trade comes through, but that's a C site completely empty. And yet again, Any Questions now having to try and get these retakes.
Poor Yojun has an operator and now has to try and somehow retake this. I don't know if it was a special read by Rare Atom or they just guessed correctly, but with only one player on C side, the showstopper is quickly gonna trade himself out in that case. And now the retake with an op, maybe a headhunter even, and the sheriff, it's gonna be difficult to approach. Yeah.
Oh my
and just like
days,
that,
it's a big deal, and it's a quick end all the way through. A fantastic setup and an even scoreline very quickly, very nicely done. I'm no surprises, to be honest, that, you know, you can get a couple rounds, but they're not going to go into that quiet night. Rare Atom are hardly going to let Any Questions just run away with that advantage. This here, Satoshi very much being the a big thorn though for the side of Any Questions. Rare Atom have fallen quite a lot because of those clears, and it's very nice to see. Or Rare Atom have gotten a lot of momentum, I should say, because of those clears. So speaking of getting momentum, the utility spam comes through. A showstopper of Simon's own, the utility picking up all the frags in the world. An excellent hold from A-Site, and that's the more typical A-Site we are used to seeing.
It's always an eco, just like that. It's just left onto one player. Midnight, the IGL for Rare Atom has once again just thinking, okay, what happened? And immediately taking off. I mean, what a guillotine there from the chamber, from Yojin coming out. And well, it's always an eco. What can I say? It's still incredibly deadly. I love the combination of the utility. Just telling them, okay, you might have the guns, but we don't care. I mean, what are you gonna do when you're getting netted and revealed and then blast packed? Naded.
I mean, that's, again, as I said, oh, very clean shot. That is more what we expect from A-Site on Lotus. Every piece of utility, cooldowns don't exist. You're happy to just get the initial paint shell thrown out, because if you get the frags, you'll get that recharge, you'll get, you know, the grav net and everything. Basically, the best piece of utility, the best time to use it is there. And obviously, bit surprised to see the timeout come through right now. I don't mind it. It's just because everything seems quite evenly matched. There doesn't seem to be a big gap that either team are exploiting at the moment. So interested to kind of imagine what the coaches are saying for both sides here.
There's definitely a bit of a feeling of, okay, we lost the eco, we need to have a timeout. But it could be a great timeout in the sense that, okay, it seems like we've done like a massive mistake here. Let's make sure we don't do this again. But then the reactionary way of using the timeout to be like, okay, no, I don't like this, let's stop it. It seems maybe a bit over-exaggerating, but I guess that depends on what the timeout, on what was said during it and what the result will be.
It's a use it or lose it sort of scenario. It also has to be said, you know, we have seen plenty of teams, both, you know, in VCT China, in VCT General, in Ascension, anything that you can think of where they leave the timeouts and you very much are then saying, okay, it's been left a bit too late, it's not gotten any sort of value. But what I want to say from that timeout right now is it's created a lot of confidence actually from Any Questions, but Rare Atom maybe a little bit too overconfident. The pace there not being able to quite get matched up, and now Yujin able to hide away from that Haunt Eye doesn't get spotted out. Could have gotten away with the trademark if he so wished, but there are 4 members here. 3 are pretty close to lined up, though. The op shot just barely grazing the cap off of Raze's head. Not going to find anything just yet, and it's going to cause a kind of full pullback onto that C site. But honestly, no fear from Rare Atom at the moment. They seem a bit committed towards this C site, and honestly, it's good news for them.
Yeah, I really can't blame him. I mean, you've taken down the chamber TP. Even if he's there, just you gotta assume with 2 people running through the smoke, he'll be only be able to get 1. And now even with the Fade Ult being used, together with the Blast Pact, he's just down to 13 HP. At least some of that is decay, so he will get back some of that health. But it seems to me that the spike will now be planted. And it's a familiar situation. It's a 4v5 retake. And poor Yojin, once again, trying to salvage something with the up here.
That's a couple of shots that aren't quite going the way just yet, and it's a beautiful angle, don't get me wrong, but not going to be enough. The honk comes through, and yeah, when you've got, as you said, you've got a chamber kind of pushing through with an op like that, he is able to find the space, he does get a shot, and that's enough for FFS to get the follow-up. There it is! That's exactly what you need to see if you're any questions, but this spike,
what the hell?
Still ticking down. Is there going to be enough time for these fights to happen? Only 1 HP in a dream, and the dream is going to be ended. The alarm clock sounds, and we are awoken into a very harsh reality. A clean 3-3.
I mean, the retake looked great in the beginning. I honestly don't know how Yojin managed to get those couple of hot op shots. But in the end, with all players from Rare Atom being just 1 HP, from AQ, it just made it too difficult. In the end, both players will be taken down. And another op lost from Yojin. Maybe he has his 2-4 up, hopefully soon. But otherwise, that is a huge financial investment that just completely went down the drain.
It's a big deal if you sacrifice your jet. Yujin doesn't seem to be, he doesn't want to let this op go, and I mean, if you are landing those shots, he is been doing a good enough job when he's been allowed to kind of activate, and at the moment Rare Atom are doing a decent job at containing him, but they're not absolutely surefire. There has been shots that have went Eugen's way, there has been those kind of moments that have went his way, so no surprises. And then, as you said, 1 ult point off the tour de force, so even if you take the op off Eugen, yet again he pulls out a faster, stronger one off the back of it to kind of force that Thrifty through. And with the Nightfall online for any questions here, it's going to be really difficult for Rare Atom to kind of get a site and keep it unless that Steel Garden from Nono can do mad work.
And they've waited so long that Yojin has back his TP, and that Visold won't make squat. It won't have any effect on him. So him getting 1 here, especially when he's not smoked off, would be absolutely huge. What are you doing? Oh, I forgot it's on his 2-4. Okay, it's once again my problem. For some reason, I thought it was his ult and just wouldn't get affected. But no, the spike will still get planted down. And Simon already pushing out, getting the first one. But it's a quick trade from Jay. And for another one, the third one from Jay. Absolutely no chances there. And Rare Atom stabilized in a 3v1. And poor FFS, once again, valuing the ops life over his own and deciding to save.
It's an important piece of utility. It's an important piece of kit, I should say. I guess you can count it as utility. A gun technically is a piece of utility, but yeah, FFS not wanting to give it this up just yet. Has no utility though, speaking of, so just has to kind of get these angles held, has to make sure that he doesn't get pushed, and a very wise decision actually from Midnight not to push it through. But Satoshi not quite as patient about it. He wants to try and sort of sneak out an angle, try and get a shot. He will survive the spike, actually. The blast barely chasing after him, a little bit hot on his heels, but he doesn't get caught up by it, manages to save the gun. And this has been a very, very tight back and forth, and Simon has to be pointed out again. His satchel movement for Rhea has been as nerfed as she has been. Simon's really making a case for, maybe she needs another one, and we're seeing another timeout already.
But this time it's from the other side. It's from AQ, from Any Questions, who in this case, well, it seems like they have a couple of questions of their own that they probably want to solve with this timeout. And yes, but you're right, I think it's only been 2 rounds It was 2-3 for AQ, and then now it's 4-3 for Rare Atom. So it seems like both of these teams maybe caught up a bit in the chaos. That's also something that we love about this region, the fact that maybe sometimes you don't even know what the heck is happening. But you're right, I honestly understand this timeout. The AWP just unfortunately not getting its value in this case. And you also have to think about, okay, is it worth just having to save this important piece of kit, as you said, just to have the chance for him to maybe get a kill in the next round. But even then, Rare Atom are just doing so well in making sure that the AWP just gets no value. Doesn't matter if it's a Vice ult, doesn't matter if they're smoked off or baiting out the TP. And so far, Yojin on the chamber just not being able to do what he could, maybe.
It's a big deal. Like, there's back and forth. I don't think, again, he's been fully shut down, but as you said, he's not getting the value that you would necessarily hope for, and the sunk cost fallacy can really set in, especially for Chamber, because you do feel like you kind of need to make that up work. You do feel like you need to really get all the angles, all the shots to try and force it out. And speaking of getting the angles and the shots, oh my days, Simon getting caught out by the Sheer there. A very aggressive setup from the Sheer, and it actually works out perfectly. A pretty genius decision from Nono. I like that a lot. And with that, that is one of the biggest players, the star player in Simon, currently eliminated for any questions. And I really like this pivot. This pivot from Rare Atom. Usually they've got the frag and then kind of committed through it. This is the time they're wanting to change, they're wanting to adapt. But speaking of the man himself, the person that maybe wasn't finding the value, he continues not to. It's a good flash.
Oh, the paranoia just a bit too late, but it doesn't matter. He does not hit his shot, and that's unfortunate. You really feel like he needed to do that, especially now with all the players just swarming through. And yes, you have 3 players on B, but now with the Viper's Pit, making the AWP even less useful in that case. And he just has to try and spam for it. Just spam for his life, because there's nothing else he can do. He has to wait for his team unless he can get one through the smoke. Now that's a good start, 4v4 retake.
And then in this case, he spams for Satoshi's life, but you're now stuck with having an AWP that's going to need to walk in to that Viper's Pit. Nono has been absolutely excellent. A steadfast angle holder, a steadfast sentinel indeed. Does get picked up, but has bought a crucial amount of time. Yujin here trying to get the time and not going to be able to find anything with the Headhunter. Does fall. The AWP again out of the picture, but still a tour de force to get picked up afterwards, and it looks like it's going to have to just be a die to the spike. Maybe get an exit frag. Midnight is going to step in front of Danny and fall because of it. Danny getting the trade. The shots from FFS, he runs out of bullets, sadly, and he does also fall, losing the gun to the spike. A couple exit frags, a couple consolation kills, arguably not worth it, but at the very least, another round on the board for Rare Atom.
In the end, no survivors, and it feels bad to say it, but after the 3rd round in a row, I honestly, again, would have saved, because against the Viper's Pit, you've got, I believe you picked up 1 Stinger and then had 2 Sheriffs and an AWP. That's just not a way to get back into the round. And yes, all players will fall down in the end, so technically, the eco works out, especially considering that Yojin has the tour de force, which he will pop this round.
Every time he drops his AWP, he picks up either a different one or someone else manages to get it saved for him. An absolute nightmare, and he's got the aggressive angle set up. The paranoia, though, is ready, and it's going to get thrown. Excellent awareness. Yujin managing to sidestep everything. He can't quite land the shot, and G is able to actually bring him down for it. Finally, Yujin may not be able to bring an AWP into the next round, but for the meantime, any questions? A member lost. The spike down. A site needing to be retaken, and a man down here. This is looking tougher and tougher for any questions by the minute.
I mean, I get that you want to rely on the chamber, but unfortunately in this case, seemingly not able to hit a couple of shots, and those are key shots that you need to hit. So the retake has to come, as you said, with a man disadvantage. But Guran doesn't care. He's just gonna spray down together with Satoshi, and will just be left to the Omen player. And what can you do at this point? Just not even save. Midnight take him out, and only once again Satoshi, the only one being the only one dying in that round, and the rest of Rare Atom, I mean, they're looking great. Maybe a bit of couple of misplays there from AQ, but Rare Atom are just keeping it solid.
They are not letting any of these rounds kind of get close. As you pointed out just there, Mike, like 4 people always seem to be alive. Like 3 a lot of the time. Rare Atom are winning these rounds, and when they are winning them, they are winning them comfortably. They are keeping a lot of guns going in. They are keeping a lot of presence, a lot of momentum, and as you can see, finally the economy of any questions, it's finally broken. Eugen, nothing. FFS, nothing. Simon with just a stinger, and believe me, these satchels have been very impressive. This movement and this aggression has been solid, but a stinger at that range, don't think it's going to quite work out.
I mean, that's the last time they won an eco by managing to push out through A and with barrage of utility, but in this case, Rare Atom is just so aware. They even used the Nightfall to make sure no one's in C, so it's fully cleared out. And once again, it seems to be a repetition of some sorts. Now, in this case, it will be a 5v5 retake. The problem is just look at the artillery. Just nothing there. It may be a gun able to be picked up, but Je wisely deciding to step back out and even then pushing through CT. So they're being strangled here. Rare Atom AQ just have to push through the Swan Choke.
Oh, it's a big deal. Yeah, as you said, the utility, the guns, the economy, everything's not there. Granted, if Je gets found out like that, Danny does manage to find one. The C's as well picks up Midnight, so the information has been gathered at least a little bit. Guran and Midnight, though, the crossfire has been insane. GRQ with the lurk from mid, able to pick up a frag and a 1 versus 1, but at this point, believe enough time has been killed. The satchel movement, Eugen still actually gets the headshot, but the satchel to force him off the bomb, it will be enough, and that's the closest round I believe that we've had in at least 2, maybe 3, and it coming down to a thrifty or an almost thrifty, I guess I should say. That's quite massive.
Yeah, but also you don't want this to happen. I mean, the fact that it had to be a thrifty for it to even be that close, a full eco with, I believe, 2 classics or 2 or 3 classics coming in, and in the end it will be a nice try, especially on the back of that wall bang to Je. And now this is the part where AQ have to play like their ecos. They're making it so close, and Yojin now finally having the chance to redeem himself, but in this case they will go B, so the op seemingly is not going to have the chance to find any value.
It's very unfortunate when you're just getting shut down as concisely. I was giving Eugen some credit beforehand, but now it really has to be said that this op is just not getting space to work with. Even when he's trying to force his own space, he's been doing these aggressive pushes up towards rubble, and nothing really has been coming off of it. In fact, anytime he has tried to do this, it's Je that's been shutting him down instead. And speaking of being shut down now in Waterfall, 1 member in No going through the timing here, though. GRQ is going to need to find the shot. He absolutely can. That is a tough angle for No to clear, and he's been on the ball, but a touch too far indeed. So with 2 frags going the way of any questions, as you said, Mike, they want to make it look like they're ecos, and so far they are.
The first time I can actually say they have a full advantage before even planting the spike. So in this case, it will be a 5v3 for the side of AQ, and with Rare Atom just being strangled on side, with another one being lost from the hands of Simon. He's trying to push now, it's a quick trade, but it even doesn't matter. Even if he falls, seemingly a very common occurrence here for the Rays to be the only one who dies on both of these teams. But it will finally be a very convincing round win. Now the question is, they have to, I mean, will they be able to keep this up? There are only a couple of rounds left in the half.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of this. We really are needing to see a bit more from any questions, because at least the nice thing is, if you do lose out on the defense and the op isn't working out, you are going into attack side Lotus, which is a little bit easier than some of the other maps to attack on. So if any questions can get this last round, they're not necessarily hurting, but there is going to have to be a big adaptation for Eugen here, just to make sure that he can then move on, get the value on the attack side as well, or get the value starting on the attack side, I should say. And the Odin actually coming out from FFS is something I like to see. These ults as well, use them or lose them. At least, Rare Atom don't have any questions, have the Showstopper, the Annihilation, and the From the Shadows, so a lot to work with on their side. It's a very possible 5-7 end to this half, and they would really love to see it.
Poor Yojin, unfortunately, just not getting the kills that he needs to in this case, and with him being gone, so much of the side is open up. Yes, you have Deadlock Util, but you have absolutely no info. So now with 2 players B, the chance of going for this fake or for maybe perhaps even a B split will mean that the defense will be just stricken down to the core. Maybe 1 player there. But apart from that, I mean, you can see AQ just thinking about, okay, where should we go? In the end, it will be this B push, but there's no one here inside. So seemingly, the spike will be planted without any problems. Unless the shows up, but it whiffs! Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Rare Atom getting 2 kills off of that. And with just 2 players left, make it 1, make it 0. What a statement. An 8-4 on attack. Sorry if you're a Rare Atom fan.
It's a big deal. That is an absolutely massive deal. Getting an 8-4 half is absolutely huge. It's such a difference between a 7-5 if you are going to be moving over. You've got that defense time now. As kind of alluded to earlier, the attack is a bit simpler. The attack is a little bit easier on the kind of 3 site maps just because the defense have to be split up a little bit more across the map. Without Yoru as well, yes, Chamber fills that similar role, but Yoru, no TP, no gate crash to kind of cover from one site to the other. That is a massive deal. So we'll see how it comes through. We'll see how the adaptation comes through. But so far, if Rare Atom can keep up the momentum that they're currently doing, it's looking very clean for them.
I mean, and you mustn't forget that Chamber is a sentinel. His role is automatically favored on the defense side because you can always push out, set the TP, and then hopefully TP back. Well, that's at least the idea. Unfortunately, Yojin not quite being able to do that in this case. But now on attack, the fact that he has to now push out, that means that there's definitely a chance for Rare Atom to be like, okay, let me just buy an op, and I know that I can diff you because you are the one that has to peek into me. So it's definitely going to be interesting how the Yojin, or even if Yojin managed to get value on the Chamber and attack, because it's just such a more difficult half for him.
It really is. And we gotta say though, person that's not having a rough time at the moment is Satoshi. That entry has been phenomenal. The ACS, the kills, the first bloods, you know, the entries all have been phenomenal. And I want to actually allude back to what you were saying earlier, Mike. Just if the Raze is your only player that is dying, you know, in rounds, that's phenomenal. That's cannot ask for a better performance. You cannot ask. That means you're jumping in with the satchels, you're getting that movement, and you're getting those frags, you're getting that space for your team to capitalize off of it. And as we get 13-12 into the last 10 seconds of the cooldown before the half begins, we'll see if any questions can mount an attack similar to Rare Atom.
No A push from the defensive side, maybe a bit weird here, but they're going to use the Fade Haunt just to make sure no one's there. In this case, it will be a full B hit, maybe with a chance to pivot into a C hit, but 2 players already here. Now, you know, Jim, the one that we're talking about, a beautiful shot already, will have to TP out because of that nade, but it doesn't matter, that's the first kill going their way.
Asking you shall receive. Yujin just maybe not requiring the ult. Maybe could have been doing that from the start with just the headhunter. He had the body shots to start with, but that is an absolutely crisp shot. Very necessary, very pivotal to land, and he does that in spades. And meanwhile, actually, if you look at Rare Atom, they're kind of all stuck towards that mine side on A. They're managing to get through. Yeah, they're doing a little bit of a kind of conga line. And Any Questions actually doing a similar sort of push on their own side. You've got 3 members stacked all the way deep in this hall side. All of a sudden, it looks like the teams, they preferred the halves they were on. And they want to stay there.
Yojin holding an angle that is thinner than Miss Universe, but you can see now the retake starting to come in, but unfortunately with 1 player down, they have to do something with that coming in, at least stopping them for a bit, and now it seems to be that IMGRQ will be the first one, but now FFS will be here, but now together with his team, Simon, the double peek there will help them get the kill, and now it's just left into the last person who was not on flank, and Yojin using all his hand-hunter bullets to make sure he does not survive this round.
That's a big thing. I mean, those headhunter bullets, they're not exactly the cheapest anymore. It's been, I believe, literally years now at this point since it used to be 50 credits. But use it or lose it, and the value between getting that frag is absolutely pivotal. Was you gonna be able to, kind of adapt or convert that into anything afterwards if you managed to win that fight? I mean, the answer is probably no, but if you're making sure he's not going to get that option, you're making sure he doesn't get that opportunity, then that's good enough. And, speaking of opportunity, Rare Atom trying to force one themselves here. A super aggressive push on towards this mound. 4 people already there, but with the utility trade, C site looking quite a bit like the A site that we typically see. In A site, very quiet.
Oh, no, down to just basically 1 HP. Shout out to all the people in chat who've probably already been spamming it. And you're right, they're already just running to A. That's the only chance that they have got. Try to huddle up together. As you know, monkeys together strong. But no, it seems like AQ just biding their time. And yes, they will open up this door. They will have the chance to maybe go B. But no, it seems like in the end it will be this A push.
I mean, that is, can we say that's what the A and AQ stands for, is apes? apes quality coming through. And speaking of quality, Simon picking up 2 off of the beautiful satchel. FFS managing to do the same, and already 2 very clean attack rounds going the side of AQ right now. Only 1 player going down, and it is Simon yet again. If you're going to sacrifice 1 member, let it be the man that builds a rocket launcher in his downtime, in her downtime, and gets you a bit more control later on. It's absolutely phenomenal to see, and I'm really loving that at the moment no real concerns coming through, and FFS, they're that level of awareness just to hold that angle. You don't get caught up in the double swing. You don't get caught up in trying to back up your teammate. You know it's Simon. You know he's got the guns to back it up, and he's got the aim to back it up. That's enough.
It seems we got a Brock fan in our midst. I love that. FFS already down to just 60 HP, maybe using the Bogdan Law to change to Sheriff with Danny, but apart from that, they still have quite a good buy. Now, Yojin, the problem is now he has to find those headshots. The Prowler showing you that so many players are already here, and you can see the defense huddling up together with 4 players basically on A on the B side. Now Simon will go together with the Paranoia, but he will not get the kill. Now with the Plastic has to push through it, but it's only 1. A beautiful trade from Jay, and now AQ has to stop on the mids and just take a bit of time.
Everything's got to calm it down now. Not too much space has actually been granted just yet for any questions. They've got at least a decent angle into this B site right now, and with the smoke popped, but you can see the hesitation, you can see the concern. The spike gets tapped, and then they rotate towards A, but that barrier mesh needs to fall down, and it thankfully does. The timing's excellent. Door being open though towards tree, that's going to give quite a bit of information. There is as well that idea from Rare Atom that the lurk is coming through. Excellent shot from Garan. It's an excellent flash. It's an excellent stun. It's an excellent use of the utility to bring down the deadlock from Danny there. Eugen been finding a lot more of his mark with that headhunter. So far, the back and forth's very much been going to Rare Atom, and with only 12 seconds left, any question's going to have to make a decision, and it is that B site.
There are 3 things that are inevitable in life: taxes, death, and the time ticking down. So you have to plant the spike. In the end, it will be B. And now look at the push out. But look at here, he's holding no, and what will get taken out? It's a free upgrade. That's a Vandal.
Big deal, but you've got an Odin now as well, ready to spray through the smoke. Midnight able to find one. That was the healthier player as well, so Eugen cannot dodge all those bullets. Unfortunately, he is not in a simulation. He cannot dodge them the way Neo can, and he does get found out, and the Odin has become, I guess, a bit infamous. You pointed out a couple Brock fans maybe in the server, and that is not a surprise at all. The firing squad, the one-man firing squad, it needs to be said. Midnight just finding the mark there, getting all the shots through, and a 9-6 advantage for Rare Atom. The utility looking strong for them. The ult's coming online. I should say that they've already been used quite a lot. They're going to need another round or two to survive it. It's any questions actually with the ults coming online, and they'll need to push that advantage if they can. But Midnight just popping through rubble, and Eugen being added to that brickwork.
Eugen not thinking that anyone could peek him off of that, so decides not to TP out, and that will be the end of this round for him. And now the paranoia is being prepped with the showstopper together. It will find the first one, but the thorns will trade him out. And now the problem is no one else can get on site. It seems like reinforcements are already here. Nono together with Je, who has this judge, but it will be Nono to get the first one, but he immediately gets taken out, and Je just has no chance to get into this round with this judge.
Oh, and it's a lot of a bigger deal now with the Horn. I don't know why you knew that.
You push that?
Yeah, you knew that judge was being held. You heard the shots get fired. You understand exactly how you fight against that. You just don't swing. But any questions? Oh, asking a bit too much, and the answer is very simple. The round goes the way of Rare Atom in quite a shocking turn of events, it has to be said.
It was a beautiful entry, but unfortunately they didn't bait out the Vice wall, which meant they just couldn't go through. And then I'm gonna be honest, after getting the reveal, because Satoshi wasn't able to shoot the Haunt, then I mean, I guess you live by the swing, you die by the swing. And in this case, well, swinging into a judge in the closest possible angle there is on this map, I believe, is just not the right decision. And they feel the consequences. And in this case, well, okay, interestingly enough, it is Rare Atom that takes a timeout, even though they're already 4 rounds up.
I want to say that this is actually just to make sure that they don't get overconfident, that they don't believe that this is in the bag. Again, any type of play, whether it is, you know, ranked ladder, whether it is the peak of VCT, we have seen overconfidence, we have seen complacency get the better of teams. We have seen the, you know, kind of, you get that double-digit round scoreline, and then all of a sudden you start to go, well, okay, you know, what logistically can my opponent do in this next time? You know, we can just wear them down, we can, you know, survive an ultimate. Okay, yeah, they win a round, but that's really all they get. But that momentum can be the difference maker. So I want to say this has been a moment just to kind of drag Rare Atom out of the server just for a moment and go, yes, you're doing well. You've got those 2 rounds back to back. So like, it has been close, but you've managed to survive it. You just need to keep that momentum solid.
But you got to think about the other side of the coin. You give a timeout to AQ, who now is on an eco. Obviously, the ecos, we've seen them use them quite well, and even managing to get a couple of rounds on the back of those ecos. So in this case, you can see the Prowler being broken by Eugen, but all 4 other players will go to A here. The problem is you've got and I mean, it's a new gun, it's an Odin. I don't know if you know what it does, but it's basically a brr.
Odin go burr, map go soft, I guess, really is the best way. And oh my days, speaking of getting at least softened up, the Razorvine plus the Odin spray is absolute work. And any questions down to, they didn't really have the economy anyway, but you need to be doing at least any damage really to Rare Atom to try and capitalize off of it. It is a free B site. Eugen has been able to lurk his way towards that kind of connector side, but you've only got that headhunter to rely on, really. The Stinger's there for those really tight angles, and Eugen has been hitting his shots, but all 5 members of Rare Atom have plenty of time to decide how they want to retake this.
AQ pushing out, unfortunately, on the wrong side. And with all 5 players there, one will be blocked by the deadlock wall, but it doesn't even matter. The numbers just show what they can do. Eugen has to TP out just because he has to swing that, and now it seems to be that this will be stuck. Yes, the net comes out, but with the Odin, once again, Odin go brrr. You have absolutely no chance. Not a single player falling, and I believe actually not a single piece of damage done. I mean, maybe a bit of a nade damage there, but I believe they all still had full shields.
That may have been like a fully flawless. I believe you are correct. As you said, the paint shells might have chipped down a couple of bits of HP, but Rare Atom's certainly not letting the kind of the 2-round win, you know, get the better of them. They're not letting that complacency, that overconfidence go through just yet. And I mean, yeah, every player we've cut to here, oh,
5 damage.
Yeah, 5. There you go, 4 health missing from Zhe. But other than that, essentially a full flawless, and here you go, AQ now needing to use their last timeout, really discuss what needs to be done, and you've got the buy here, you've got the ultimates kind of coming online, to my knowledge, you know, you've got a lot to work with. It just needs to, I'd say, slow it down, play a bit more patient, let Rare Atom make a mistake, because while they have been keeping themselves very solid and very consistent, we have seen the aggressive defense come through a couple of times, and in fact, it has actually been punished.
This timeout is very interesting. I mean, consider that when one team takes a timeout, both teams can use those timeouts. So that means that there technically have been basically 2 timeouts right in a row for AQ. So on one hand, I'm like, okay, do you really need that second one? On the other one, they have 11 rounds. So if there's any chance to do it, it's right now. Because if you lose this round, it's going to be match point. And then 12-6, well, I'm sorry to say it, you're not Fnatic. That would probably mean the end of Lotus. So at the same time, I also get the fact that they probably had to force this timeout.
If anyone just wants to preemptively clip that for whenever we get to overtime in about 15 minutes.
No, it's fine, it's fine. You don't have to.
Yeah.
You really don't have to.
Well, if someone's got a clip, then either we can look at it in 15 minutes and go, when we thought, or we can just delete it and move on, pretend it never happened. But as you said, this is really make or break now. Yujin has pulled out the tour de force, so if he can't find anything with this, Danny's really the only ultimate that any questions are going to have to work with, and it's going to be a low buy for them to play towards that overtime. It's down to this peak. Yujin just on scopes, doesn't believe, doesn't immediately see Midnight, and just from that alone, doesn't actually want to take the shot, and he is punished because of it. No respect given, no time for Midnight that is going to be received at all, and now the sheer wall just being waited for. The trap is going to be sprung. The Arc Rose comes through. No. Able to get the shot, at least the trade out does come through, but FFS, look at that HP on him as well. There's really only 2 health bars worth of HP between the 3 of any questions at this side, and 25 seconds. Any questions have been playing these rounds super slow, but they've not really been getting much value out of it.
And Satoshi still has the showstopper. That's exactly what he will use, and doesn't even have to use it on the first one. Will still, for some reason, do it. But in this 4v2, I'm really not worried. As you said, I mean, Simon, he has been doing great a couple of times before, but with 55 HP, this really seems like it will be match point for Atom. Unless Simon can say something about it, it will be 2 for him. But unfortunately, with 2 more alive, it will not be enough. Match point for Atom.
We did actually say, if there was one quote that both of us, I believe, Mika, you said it first, if any questions would like to play more like they're thrifties, then we might have a chance. And right now, they need to play that. They're basically going into this with a thrifty on match point. They have to make some form of decision. They've got a lot to go against, though. We've got, Rare Atom with the Viper's Pit online, I believe. There is also that Steel Garden. That's a lot you have to push into, and the Bio Kit, at the very least, isn't awful for all gamers, and the Odin lineup, the lineup is good, the shots don't quite hit their mark, a little bit of damage is done. Simon knocked down to kind of 1-shot range from a Phantom if the headshot is landed, so a decent amount. And no, they're still having to actually hold this angle basically on his own. Simon's so aggressive with it, Garan cannot possibly hope to adapt. The Steel Garden does go through, and Simon, though, he doesn't care, he'll fight the Odin and he'll win.
Zhe with a bit of a spam coming out, and Simon once again a bit lower, but that doesn't even matter now. The problem is Zhe is really quite close. He could even sneak up into this door, but it will be expected. But the kill, okay, finally with just more 8 HP, it will be a 4v2, and now once again one of those few moments where we've seen a clear advantage for Any Questions Gaming, as Satoshi and Midnight will still try to go for this, but the TP is easily heard, and it's just left to Satoshi, who maybe can do a bit of damage, but I wouldn't expect him to actually win this.
I mean, if If the Raze is going to survive, now is the chance. It's the Raze versus Raze. Simon is, at the very least, able to win that duel. Not really much of a duel, but able to get the clay pigeon as it sails across the sky. And 5 rounds left to do it. I did say, they need to play like they're thrifty. It wasn't as, a low buy as I had initially kind of expected. And that, kind of jump in from Simon there, that double kill was absolutely massive, of course. And at least being able to get that opened up. Still a mountain to climb, but you've taken your first step towards it.
I mean, technically, it was a bit like an eco, right? The second kill from Simon there with the classic. He didn't have any other choice. And now, finally, Yojin, the first time in a while that we've seen him get a first clean shot. But it's immediately traded out because look at all the players, 4 players from behind. And you can see the reaction from Any Questions gamers. Yes, there's the vice wall there. But apart from that, even probably planting for backside. And that's exactly what they will do.
It's a good read at the very least. Yes, you do lose 1 player, but you get quite a lot of information. And yet again, both teams deciding to swap sides. AQ already back on the defense. Rare Atom back on the offense. There's been a lot of these kind of, initial entries have just given all the control that's necessary. Simon, Nightfall does come through, pulls out the showstopper, finds you. A bit optimistic of a corner to hide in. The satchel dancing coming through. Not able to kind of do much other than buy a little bit of time. That I don't know where that shot was going. Anyway, I don't know where those shots were going, but the timer's actually taken down enough here. Even if the frags go the way of Rare Atom, there's not enough time to get the defuse. You pick up the frags, but the round still goes to Any Questions.
Now, this is actually the first time where I think the economic advantage is on the side of AQ. Yes, they won the round and they still had a bit of money left over. Now, Rare Atom seemingly are going to be the ones that have to go on an eco. And otherwise, I would still not be really worried. I mean, even if they lose this, we're still talking about a 12-9 scoreline, still easily beatable. But you can see a beautiful showstopper being used by Simon. And then, once again, trades upon trades coming from both sides. And in the end, it will once again once again be the inevitability. That is what I wanted to say. Of the time just ticking down.
The showstopper putting a stop to my co-caster's grammar and vocabulary. Eugen putting a stop to Satoshi's angle hold there. It's an excellent shot from the Outlaw. And hey, I mean, you know what? Eugen can't afford an up, but if people are on light shields or no shields, then functions very much the same. An excellent initial frag, and off the back of that, B site seemingly just kind of being walked onto for free. There's there's not much. There's nothing really to prevent Any Questions from just moseying on in.
I get you're afraid of maybe losing to an eco or getting a couple of unlucky sheriff shots, but like they knew exactly where Nono was, even used this Fate Seize to make sure he couldn't peek or is low, but then they just ignore him. In the end, it probably won't matter considering this is a 5v3 retake against an eco, but still a peculiar decision making from AQ.
I guess at this point you can't even afford to have something like a double classic headshot or a clutch Marshall headshot come through. I do agree, maybe a bit too conservative, but that logic is understandable. Again, FFS, they need all the credits they can work with. Midnight even getting that frag can be the difference between a potential overtime or a 12 or a 13-9 scoreline ender here as the push comes through. The timing from Midnight not great. Matt puts his angle towards that B site and gets shot in the side for it. Only 3 rounds separate Any Questions between a potential loss and at the very least getting themselves to overtime.
You say 3 rounds, but technically it would probably only be 2. I mean, the economy is now so fragile from the side of Rare Atom that it seems like, okay, this is going to be a full buy, but if they then lose this, it would probably be an eco. And then finally, I mean, the difference between 12-9 and 12-11 is very, very clear. So this is probably one of those pivot rounds that really has to go AQ's way. I mean, it has to since they're on match point. You know what I'm talking about. But still, this has to be decisive to make sure that they are on an eco next round.
they cannot afford, if this is close, you know, if this is, you know, gets to 1 versus 1 and you know, any questions do manage to walk away with it. Yes, of course, they're still in the game. But as you've said, you know, they do require every little advantage at this stage to try and get them through it, especially with, you know, quite a lot of ultimates coming online for the side of Rare Atom. You know, next round we are probably looking at, you know, potentially that Steel Guard and maybe that Nightfall or that Showstopper coming online. You've already got the Viper's Pit from Zhe. Surprised it's not been, you know, pushed out kind of immediately, but could be adapted around this kind of early stages, so not fully shocked. Excellent setup from the defensive side, though. The Haunt getting shot down by Midnight. Satoshi not having to worry about it at all, and actually due to that, the Magnet is not going to be an issue for Midnight. The Nightfall gets thrown. It is a fake, but meanwhile, Rare Atom haven't moved from C-site.
And there's no reason to. I mean, even Omen heard them. He wasn't caught by the Nightfall, so he had the audio. Now, finally, okay, the full Vice setup will be dropped, but Simon, you just can't do that. You just can't blast back through it, because then you will get the wrath of Rare Atom, who just is gonna spray down everyone. Yojin, a bit of retaliation there, and Jay using the Viper's Pit. And with 13 seconds, this looks like the beginning of the end. Midnight has something to say about it. FFS, the IGL, left to his own devices, and against 3 people, gets 1, but it's not enough. A bit of a retaliation from AQ in the end there, but it will be Rare Atom in a show of dominance, winning the map 13-9. Their own map pick, to be fair.
I was getting a bit sweaty under the collar there, you know, depending on how those swings went through. There was a couple of lineups. The Viper's Pit, honestly, a bit of a surprising choice, mainly just because, you know, again, you've already kind of dealt with most of the round. You know where the fight's going to come through. Having that crossfire on Arch is so important that sacrificing one of your players to activate the Viper's Pit, of course, yes, it does get a bit of value. Oh my days, Eugen, what a flick that was. That was absolutely beautiful. I'm glad we got to see that. But going back to my original point, sacrificing a gun to activate the Viper's Pit or, you know, any ultimate can sometimes be a bit of an overzealous mistake, a little bit. Okay, I need to get value off of my utility, but having a gun out sometimes is just better in the end.
Yes, you can see the highlights. I mean, it definitely favors the winning side, but we have to say that especially Yojin in the end there, getting a couple of nice frags, important frags, and even maybe helping the setup, well, in the trying to get the comeback in the beginning, as we will now go into the team comms, hopefully very soon.
Yeah, we'll be getting to hear exactly how the teams are positioning themselves, how they're getting themselves set up, and it'll be interesting to hear because there are quite a lot of moments where, you know, Rare Atom did just kind of get a frag, walk into the site, capitalize off of that, and that was enough for them to compose a victory off of it. We did see Any Questions kind of do something similar on their attack side as well, so we'll get to see how those comms really come through. I want to imagine clear and decisive, but particularly leaning at, you know, the side of Any Questions when you're in your team, you do want to, you know, get all of the communications out. You do want to try and give your teammates as much information as possible, which can actually be detrimental. It can lead to a bit of an info overload.
Exactly. And now we see the team comms.
可以接，来，前 B， 贝德还在 A 呢，贝德还在 A， 我来看 B。你要加兄弟，我起墙，我加，右边可能有台。我带去拿 C 块信息 ，no， 我回去帮。就是说我可能会吃大，你就这整个学校打进来了，他死了，还有一个可能能踢进来，不给烟，柱子 no 柱子，踢没有刚踢进来，柱子没有，水下我点上一个，多，水下到2，我帮不到你，下班跟我抢，我补你枪，等待。 拉了，我打。放睡这个，下不了帮。还有一个，架。来，别急，我想要顶。OK， 捡，没事。你待会儿再。兄弟，他都看到我了，他为什么要这样弄我？我不懂，兄弟，他不知道你是喷子吧？捡枪。他没线。我想。
Zhe is the MVP of this map. Interestingly enough, the one Viper play, but you can see him, I mean, especially in the first half, just immediately plucking Yojin's up. It seems like every single round. And if you're considering the fight of a Phantom or a Vandal against an Op, it shouldn't be favored, yet somehow it was. And that obviously led to him having basically, I mean, KDA of 1.5. That is crazy.
That's a big deal. I do want to, you know, there you go. Literally the first kill we see from Zhe, and it seems to be just back and forth. Yeah, and count them up, I guess. Get the tally running because there's 3. Can we get 4? No, Satoshi's taking it from that one. But yeah, a thorn in the side of Yojin, really. And by the end, yes, he managed to catch it up. Surprisingly, though, look at that scoreline. You know, Midnight 19 and 13, but Zhe just that much more pivotal. Simon a 22 and 18. 16 and 14 as well from Yujin, just not quite able to kind of keep that momentum. I believe if we'd have seen a bit more of what Yujin had pivoted to in that second half, in the first half, maybe would have seen a different scoreline, but unfortunately wasn't just quite warmed up this early on.
Exactly, and poor guy, especially Simon, with those 22 kills, not being able to help his team to get over the line. As now we see the stats here. First, the first bloods, interestingly enough, going the way of AQ. I mean, it really felt like they were able to get the first kill, but then didn't capitalize off of it. And the Thrifties post-plant and the multi-kills once again. I mean, a bit all over the place, considering it was a 13-9.
You definitely wouldn't. You would not imagine that those are the stats. You would not have imagined. I could not have imagined half of those stats coming through personally. You know, it did seem quite a lot, especially the initial frags going so often the way of any questions. That does come down to, we mentioned both Reyes players, but Satoshi always seemed to have really excellent satchels to kind of cover that space. Really excellent opens for the rest of his team, but they could never remain composed enough. I think there was mistakes made where they would get the initial frag and then either overcommit and push up too much to try and control that presence, or they would do the opposite. They would not try and take that space, and Rare Atoms always seem to have the right call on which decision any questions would make.
Yeah, but last time I checked, this is not a best of 1, it's a best of 3. So we will have at least one more map. The next map will be Haven. So we're gonna go on a little break here. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, and we are going to be getting right into this. There will be no time for formalities, but very quickly, myself, Mandane, and this VK, we're back at it. Hello. We're already here. We've already got the agent select set up. It's a big mirror match. The timer's already ticking down, ladies and gents. We're getting into this quick.
Well, it seemingly fits the comp, right? You have the Neon plus the Euro, a comp that has been here, part of the meta for at least a bit of a while now, but still, I love the fact that we have a mirror match. In this case, we still will have all roles on all agents, and what can you say about it? I'm just excited to see, especially when it comes to VCTC and the explosiveness. And in this case, okay, you don't have a Deadlock, you don't have a Vice, so I'm really hoping for at least one of those teams to just barrel through the choke points. That's what I want to see this game.
I'm expecting it. You've got gate crashes, you've got neon slides, you've got the the curveball and such. There's quite a lot, or not the curveball, sorry, the Yori Flash curveball is Phoenix's, but you've got the Yori Flash, you've got the utility to kind of match that. Blindside, thank you, Blindside. That's exactly what it is. And ladies and gentlemen, the timer already ticked down. The third out of potentially four pistol rounds, in the penultimate one if this goes the way of Rare Atom.
Fez, the IGL, once again picking up the ult orb, and him on Sova. Playing with the Sheriff, so no util for him. That is definitely one of the decisions you can make. But now AQ going on the flank, but there will be one trip here. So if they decide to break it, it would have to be quickly. But Rare Atom, also them as well. It seems like they want to be explosive on this A side, so neither would finally push. And Simon on the other side, but Midnight, look at him. He sees the first one. We won't peek out Yojin, we'll find him. But it's a quick trade onto Simon.
Oh, that's massive. And we did, obviously very quickly, because we didn't get much time to talk about these comps. It's actually Yojin swapping off the Chamber while essentially a duelist, swapping from that Sentinel to the duelist role fully and getting Danny on that space. And oh my days, Rare Atom, no, living up to his name, refusing the defense to walk back onto the site. A very quick cleanup indeed.
I didn't know you could buy a Vandal in pistol round, but the way that classic looked, I mean, incredibly precise. Basically all headshots on 3 enemies, and from the one player who in a double duelist comp you wouldn't expect to do that, but still, no, they're on the Omen showing you how the value is found. I still cannot believe how they found that kill. Probably accidentally showed up on the minimap for maybe just a second, but it doesn't even matter in the end. With the 3k together from the Omen, it will be 1 pistol round for Rare Atom. Seemingly continuing their streak from last game.
Absolutely. I want to say that maybe it comes from the idea of whenever you are a Sentinel player and you'd hold that angle, and oh my days, speaking of holding an angle, oh my days, Garana's got an absolute rundown coming out of the shock dart. Will not be enough to save him. He's all on his own, but while that's been happening, the rest of RA are trying to walk onto the C site. Another drop from FFS. These classic, don't give anyone else any other guns, they're not needed.
I'm absolutely speechless. Zhe will get the spike and will be able to TP out. So in the end, it is a 2v2. So the bleeding stopped at least for just a bit of, just a couple of seconds here. But Yojin, unfortunately, still on a classic, will not be able to pick up a gun. Okay, he has the Sheriff now and Simon with the Spectre. So the chance for damage is a lot. Will he expect the one here close? It seems like not. The TP just a bit too late, the animation too long, and it is now a 2v1, and it will be my main man Satoshi that has to somehow salvage this round.
Is being held as well. Oh, the Sheriff shot, the tap, oh my days, the slide comes through from Simon. He falls on a reverse slide, but Yojin has been the kind of one to try and keep his team alive, to keep any questions going. Very nicely done, and maybe with that warm-up from previous game, that's enough.
Yeah, the slide, interesting decision when you know you're one shot from a Sheriff, but I guess he didn't know he had that gun. But nevertheless, what a statement. I mean, I love the push. Okay, the push itself doesn't really make, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's only a Sheriff, but then getting this kill onto Nono, and then capitalizing off of that, even if Jay gets a couple there, and the quick flank from Simon. Obviously, when you've got the Neon, when you've got the when she's just sprinting around, she's able to get those interesting timings that are just not expected, and you can see immediately, okay, still 2 Vandals on the side to Atom. So, wow, they gotta be confident then.
They want to keep this going. They're not going to let themselves get kind of shook up by one little incident in that regard. Not at all. A team that are too steadfast from it, but Midnight taking an outlaw shot to the face might be the difference maker here. Oh, she's giving away his position. Simon, no hesitation to swing from that. The Bulldog doesn't quite work out. Satoshi manages to win the fight, but put down to super low amount of HP will get finished off by FFS.
I love that Danny and IMGRQ are just waiting on the other side of the map while the rest of the team are just brawling. But you're right, and there you can see the difference between the guns that they have. Obviously, now with the Outlaw, I believe everyone was one-shot. And now Guran and Nono, they have 2 rifles, but still this seems like a very tall task for them to do. Even them now being spotted out, having to use the recon even for the cover, not even having the chance to use it for the A side.
Yeah, no, they have to walk on to this A site, but Eugen here is about to get the timing. The Outlaw, the first shot can't quite hit the mark, but at least one does find it. Excellent use of the blind side, but doesn't really have the gun to back it up. Could have easily got the kill on the Garan there, but maybe just wanted to kind of focus on the timing instead. And it's a 1 versus 4 in this scenario. Spike still needs to get planted. 1 man. And, well, it's not really a dream. We'll say it's more of a nightmare. Look at the patience from any questions. All 3 just crouched, waiting in case there's an aggressive swing. The paranoia comes through. The wolves smell blood, and Garan will fall.
Great second round. I love the patience of that. And you're right. I mean, Garan would probably have died there by the Outlaw, but he got the info. He still needed to reload and then didn't just want to blind peek that or like fully peek that. So in this case, he's just waiting for his team. And you're right. The team also doesn't have any urgency. Last time I checked, it's the attackers that have to plant, not the defenders. So they can just bide their time. You can see now, I love the little wall bang to make sure that Satoshi doesn't get any value there. And you're right, I mean now 2-1, and it will now finally be a full first gun round. Ryojin has the chance to redeem himself. Maybe already has, considering he has 5 kills in 3 rounds, but finally with an op, let's see what he can do now that he's on Yoru.
I mean, it's arguably a slightly... there was always a bit of a debate which TP was actually faster. Was it Yoru's or Chambers? So who knows?
Surely
maybe
Chambers, right?
the update. It is Chambers, but for a while there was like quite a bit of discrepancy between it because the animation would come through quite a bit sooner. And at the moment, because of that, we'll see, as you said, can Eugen really keep himself going? The gate crash is about to run out. He's about to swing to try and force that angle, but don't think we're going to see a full force out of it. And meanwhile, nothing else has been done from any of the attacker side.
That's the disadvantage of playing Yoru, the fact that there's a certain timer on this TP. So he will be forced to use the second gate crash, so that meaning that he doesn't have any chance to go on a quick rotate now. And it seems like that's exactly what Reatum wants, because it seems like they're ready to hit this A side. Yes, one lurker on midnight, maybe just for a bit of a late flank, but the rest of the team seemingly wanting to go for this A hit.
That's exactly what they're going to do. The shock darts to try and destroy all the Cypher utility. Doesn't quite get found out. The spray from Danny, it takes a second, but does find his mark. FFS able to pick up Jia as well, and quite a patient, quite a hesitant little push. And if you look at the minimap, you can maybe see why that's the case, but GRQ, he smells something a bit fishy. He smells that there's a potential lurk here in midnight, actually deciding to pivot towards the C site. If you look at the timer though, guys, you don't really have long to make these decisions.
They're forced to go B here, but with 2 players, basically 3 players already here. Yes, maybe the plant can be secured, but can you really help him? The paranoia coming out, and he has to stick it, and it will be a quick kill. Not even a chance for the spike plant. You can see them already celebrating with one last kill from Yojin, getting that, and 3-1. Now this is entirely different looking team from what we saw on Lotus.
It's interesting seeing Rare Atom kind of make the mistake that any questions were making beforehand, where they were burning the timer down, but they weren't necessarily getting value off of burning that timer down. They weren't kind of creating any sort of presence anywhere. They weren't getting themselves set up to necessarily, better their circumstances later on. They were just kind of waiting until 15 seconds, pushing a site, and then, just getting responded to. And as I said, last time that was any questions making that mistake. This time, Rare Atom maybe looking to necessarily quicken up that pace like you asked for earlier, Mika.
And that's the reason why you can see the early timeout once again, just like in Lotus, seemingly to stop the bleeding, or at least try to. And I imagine, if you're the Rare Atom coach, you surely have to talk about the Cypher setup, because the bane of every duelist is the Cypher setup. Because yes, the Euro can maybe TP in, but if no one can follow you and you're TPing basically into an unknown site where you don't have any info, that is going to be very difficult. You can see Simon doing a bit of a stand-up battle against Rare Atom. Look at the confidence from this man. So far deserved, but who knows, maybe that might hit him a bit like a truck if Karma actually does the job.
a little bit of an aura off, never hurt anyone. And, well, it maybe hurts some pride and egos depending on how the end result of the scoreline comes through. But yes, for the moment, as we've said here, you know, coming through, the bleeding needs to be stopped now, really. If Rare Atoms cannot do that, if they can't really quicken up the pace, if they can't become a bit more decisive in their choices, then yeah, we can see any questions run away with this, and then not only run away with this map, run away all the way off to Ascent. We'll have to see how that develops through. At the moment, just a bit of a patient matter coming through. It's a good spray from FFS, doesn't quite get the frag, but good damage nonetheless.
Also, I like the play from Je, who on the side of Rare Atom was able to break the dart on the Cypher camp. So they have the info on where the Cypher is playing, so maybe they just want to gamble and go to the other side. But that being said, no trips broken, so still pretty much full A control. Simon going down, but just pushing out, unfortunately, not the timing. You're gonna peek with utility in your hand. It will be a 4v4, but seemingly also Rifle being able to be picked up by Satoshi.
Yeah, that's big. That's big.
Not anymore.
Oof. Yeah, and it's back to being small. It was a big development, and then it was back to being a really small development. The spike's still going to be secured, of course, but Eugen as well. Like, whenever you're letting the defense kind of get that far up C site, that's like, and I mean this not with much hyperbole. About 60% of map control can be gained off of that one angle, and Eugen's happy. Yeah, you know, any questions know exactly where this push is going to come through based on off of Eugen's positioning. And again, with only 12 seconds left, the spike has to get planted, and what can you do in that scenario?
Shout out to Danny. I mean, everything in life has to do with the balance. And in this case, when you have two incredibly aggressive duelists, the fact that the Cypher, Danny, has the foresight to be like, okay, I need to know, I need to play this safe. I can't give up side. We're against an eco. We can still easily win this retake. And then for him to be playing so safe that he has to cam into CT. I mean, props to him, not even giving a chance back in this round, not even giving them a chance to maybe pick up a rifle that he had. So, well played by him knowing exactly what his job is in this composition.
It's nice to see. We've been seeing quite a lot. I mean, again, you get your Sentinels, you get your Sentinel players on Chamber. You might see them get a bit bloodthirsty. You might see them get a bit overzealous, as you said. Danny, no concerns, no misunderstandings about what is being expected from him. And Eugen still can't quite find value with that op just yet. Anyway, the movement from Satoshi, absolutely excellent to bait out the shots. And finally, it looks like Rare Atom's going to be able to walk onto the A site and actually have each other to for support.
But there's still one trip. Will finally broken, but the Cypher cam is still there for retake. He didn't want to pop it to make the sound. And now the dimensional drift from the other side, and the Sobalt being used just to stop him. Seems like Satoshi will not be able to survive unless, yes, he will. Nine with the Cypher cam together. They just want to find out where everyone is. And now with Eugen, especially already inserted into this back half, he needs to get this kill. But it's going to be a big problem if he got flashed. Quran, take him out. The spike will finally...
That's a big deal. You know, having a minute left before the spike go down, that's quite an update and quite an upgrade on the pace. And finally, no concerns, no hesitation. That's the swings you want to be seeing. Those are the shots you want to see land at this stage. If you are Rare Atoms, a bit more confidence, a bit, you know, more cohesion on the executes, and it's made a world of difference.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Rare Atom seemingly finding back their mojo, knowing exactly how to attack, and I love especially how they dealt with this operator. Shout out to the movement of Satoshi, just making him TP out basically twice, and then even flashing him to make sure he doesn't get any value from that backside position.
Oh, this time though, the read's been made. Any questions have looked and very much done a heavy stack towards the A site. They were expecting another really fast push from Rare Atoms off the back of it. Rare Atoms are going to be able to pivot away from the A site towards C, but if you look behind you, there seems to be 7 players on the attack side at the moment.
But the C side will be completely free. Once again, no Cypher utility. The only one, maybe in Garage, but it seems like, okay, will not be broken. But nevertheless, a bit more base gained. But now look at AQ. They're going for this quick flank. One Cypher Trap will be here in front of them. But, well, last time I checked, the Cypher Trap will help you from not checking behind you, Goran.
Oh, I because of that. Now we've got the, the kind of the gate crash, the blind side combination there. Eugen just waiting for that TP to come through. Whether he wants to fake it or not, that's the decision making. The micro that comes down to being a Yoru player. It's an excellent peek from Simon here. Trying to get as much time, all the information necessary. The Odin spray comes through. No. Trying to at least fight back, but the frags are just going back and forth and back and forth. Just not able to get a shot with the op just yet. And the spike is super ticking down, even if the frags don't quite go the way. The no-scope for the collab. Woo! Very nice.
A no-scope collat. 1 shot, 2 kills. Incredible from Jay, just helping them save the run. He knows he has to do it. I don't even think he had another pistol to help him, maybe a shorty there, deciding to stick with the op, and it's just the best decision he could have ever done, saving his team from what looked like a very clean retake from AQ.
Yeah, it seemed, I mean, there was back and forth, yeah, but it was absolutely the advantage from AQ, and all of a sudden, 1 shot to turn a difference. You can see the hype. Even believe Zhou wasn't expecting that he was going to be able to do that. And look at how quickly, like, these adaptations are coming through. AQ still got, a big stack towards A, but they've used that advanced mobility to immediately then pivot towards the C site, and RA very much slowed down due to it.
Now you can see the consequences of your own actions. FFS dying on A. That means that, they used it from the shadows. Apparently they were expecting just a full push because IMGRQ and Eugen both TP'd into C. And now with the A side being completely open, the question is, well, will be done of this kill? Because if this goes Rare Atom's side, that would be very dangerous for IQ, but it seems like no, it will be seen. The Omen smoke will be heard. So 3 people still ready here, maybe for a quick retake.
The overdrive not actually getting as much value as you'd hope, at least initially, because it was an excellent bait, but no, in that corner, it's not getting cleared, and he will punish accordingly. Looks like we are going to go to an equalized 4-4, unless Simon, the man, the myth, the actual legend of any questions, can do an impossible clutch.
1v3, but he doesn't clear his corner. Satoshi will get the Neon Diff in this round, and honestly, I love the way that Rare Atom approached this round. The fact that, okay, I don't know if they heard the TP of the enemies on the C side, but it still doesn't matter. They know the ult, and then with this kill on the A side, they know, okay, wait, we've done so much pressure on this. Let's wait a bit until they've probably rotated back. And yes, okay, they weren't fully rotated, but it doesn't matter. The side was still completely free. So I love them toying with the enemy team just with the rotations and making sure that whenever they get to site, it is a fully free site without any retaliation.
The sell for the utility has been very flawless. It's looking a bit more deliberate. How these attacks are coming through now. The pace has quickened a little bit. We're not seeing the spike go down, in red time seconds just at the minute at least. And hopefully we can continue that. And that pace change has been enough for any questions to get this timeout. And I think it is just play a bit more standardized. That kind of 4-man stack towards one site, and then a bit of information being heard, and then, as we've seen, the gate crash into from the shadows all the way towards the C side. They're almost playing a bit too fast. They're playing as fast as Rare Atom should be playing, in my opinion.
The timeout at this 4-4 half. That means still a couple of rounds to go on this first half. Let's see, because, look at the rounds, how they've been going. Seemingly AQ unstoppable, and now Rare Atom on a streak of their own. If they manage to keep this going, this could easily become a dominant half for Rare Atom.
Seems like the 3-man stack towards the C site, 2-man stack towards the A. Pretty standard. Cypher Cam immediately getting spotted out here. The economy not looking fantastic for any questions right now. The gate crash comes through as well, so it is now the 4-man push. It's been read pretty quick. The TP's not great. Danny with a Vandal, able to get one. A Sheriff as well followed up. The Shorty doing some work. The back and forths are all there, and as the guns fall silent, it's a man positional and spike advantage to any questions.
I love the pre-take there from AQ, but now Rare Atom has to rely on his IGL, who's just on 1 HP. He knows where the Neon is, he knows where Simon is playing, but the problem is, in this case, with 1 HP, you basically have to hope that you catch him off guard. And the problem is, well, this is Simon we're talking about, so it's going to be a tough task, especially considering you still have to pick up the spike, hopefully plant it, and then get the kill. A quick glance behind will not spot anyone. Finally, and then you can see why he only has one HP and will get taken down by one bullet. Walking, I mean, with a wall bang will just be more than enough to stop this round.
Yeah, the first peak, not enough, but what about second peak? That's exactly what is required indeed, and this was just a bit of a rough kind of setup here. The shot's not going the way of it. Midnight's lurk a little bit too late, I want to say. I believe that maybe the read was that any questions were still doing that kind of A stack, which we are seeing now as the gate crash even pivots just towards the back of A. It doesn't go all the way towards C. So maybe there was the expectation of that again, and this time though not going to be the case in Eugen. Covering sewers at the moment, not going to have any encounters for a moment at least. We'll see though if the shot can find true.
One player just spotted out. Midnight seemingly on this lurk once again, but it's a shot from Simon. He doesn't expect him from the other side. A nice bait from AQ, and that's already one part. And that's a Cypher gone, but Yojun even joins his teammates in a 5v3. Once again, one of those rounds where seemingly it's over before it even starts, with only 3 players and the Cypher still alive. Well, do your best, Ryatum.
Yeah, you've not really got any flashes either. You've got the fast lane, I suppose, to counter the that op. The paranoia, not really from that range gonna be relevant at all. The op, okay, that's the way to counter the op, is just if Eugen misses the shot, Gurren able to capitalize off of it. The sonar dart online, still though a 4 versus 3.
Undisputed is ready and prepped here, will finally be used. This plant will be stopped and at least delayed for a bit, but it will, okay, will also find Satoshi and will not confirm the kill, but the damage has still been done. With 20 seconds, the spike will be planted, but look at Simon on this quick flank.
This is the big deal. Even when Rare Atom are getting onto this site, the plant takes a moment. It's a good first shot. It's a good second shot from Simon. Danny able to finish it off, but had he not been there, I believe Simon was getting that 4th kill pretty unquestionably. The crowd work now getting hyped. Any questions? Seemingly all the answers at the moment.
I love that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And yeah, they've secured basically not necessarily the advantage on this half, but the worst it could now possibly get is a 6-6. Shout out to Gurren, it's a nice shot, but unfortunately just not quite enough when you're in the 5v3. And Danny just jumping out, might have even fallen, died to fall damage in another world. But in this case, Rare Atom has 2 chances to hopefully tie this up for the second half.
2 chances indeed, and a little bit of a kind of surprise that the Rare Atom are struggling. Usually Lotus, you know, if you can back that up, Haven's kind of the simpler Lotus, at least in my opinion, just because it is that kind of shorter form standard, and the compositions have been a bit more solved just due to the fact that, of course, we see the mirror come through. So bit of a different attitude here. Any questions just with that warm-up coming through? Counter Hunter's Fury that we've seen from the last round, not going to be any damage just yet. The flick comes over, does get nothing actually. Surprised for it, and the A site push though, it's going to be a bloodbath.
All the players just spraying and praying. In this case, Danny will immediately get traded out. That's the side view till gone, but Yojin able to get 1 and off. The problem is now, once again, the numbers advantage is on the other side, but Simon, seemingly a big fan of these flanks here. But he got spotted and taken care of. Yojin, the last one left in a 1v3 with only an off.
And that will be all that is written. 6-5 now. 1 more round between either a 7-5 or a 6-6 equal scoreline. And you're really struggling on Haven, in my opinion, if that scoreline is equalized. Just because, yes, okay, the attack is going to be slightly more favored just due to the kind of 3 sites, as we've said, but there is also just that idea of you've still got defense. It is still overall easier to play into defense because you have to worry about less. You have to hold less angles. You have to be a bit, you know, less proactive in terms of the aim fights and the duels. Speaking of proactivity, it's very proactive from Zhe. No backup, and he's punished accordingly.
Against two people, especially when one of those is called Simon, that is going to be a tough task. And now look at all the ults. We have the Overdrive, the Neural Theft, the Dimensional Drift, 3 key ults that you can all use, and you should or have to use in this round. The last round of the half, Satoshi running through, but once again with absolutely no help. Simon will just immediately take his head off. The Dimensional Drift being used to find a bit of info, but so far nothing else.
So it's a fancy Sova drone with just a little bit more extra steps, and right now it does seem to be okay. Yeah, Nono's able to find one on the FFS, and Simon is going to get red where he is due to the dart. Of course, the Tracer's not visible, and the fast lane kind of bait coming through, but what really seems to be struggling with what Rare Atom really seem to be struggling with right now is that lack of backup. They're not really trading each other. It's very much kind of one and done prey plays here, and the lurk from Midnight though could be the difference.
Oh no, but he got caught, he got found by Simon. That is just completely unfortunate. Already a 3k on this round, the chance to get this ace, in this case with the Tori 2, even maybe just going for it with the Overdrive. Now the Neural Theft being used, it will spot 2 players on C, and now with the Cypher Cam as well. They have to just hope to win, get something out of this hat in some way or another.
Oh, and it's only getting further away. Yeah, okay, Simon. Okay, that's a bit too far to try and go for that knife kill, so I'm glad we didn't see it. I had fear.
It's not really the knife kill. I love the decision making. I've never seen a Neon use her ult, then decide to
put it away,
and then take away the ult and kill with a Phantom. I absolutely love that decision making for him there. Still a statement. Unfortunately not an ace. Shame on you, Danny, for stealing it, but it doesn't matter. And as you said, in the end, it will be a 7-5 half from AQ, and a dominant one at that.
I mean, we are seeing a 17 and 8 kill death at the moment here on that Neon. Absolutely incredible stuff, and of course it is the man Simon that is doing that. Plenty of shots, plenty of frags, plenty of entries, and you'd pointed out a lot earlier, Mike, about the kind of Cypher setups whenever we had the first time out, and it didn't seem like there was too much really shutting down Simon's entry. You didn't, usually you'd have the blast packs or the raise satchels for that, but this time it wasn't the case.
7-5 as we go into this next half. Don't forget it's a mirror match, so technically everything that AQ has done so far, Rare Atom has the opportunity to do it themselves. Now the question is, how will those two play styles clash in together, and how will the two play off of each other and adapt? And as you said, I mean, in the defense it would assumedly be easier to play off of each other, so maybe that's a bit of an advantage for Rare Atom as well coming into the second half.
That's all what remains to be seen at the moment. Yes, we've mentioned him a lot, and it's as deservedly so. But when you've got that kind of performance right now, that 394 ICS, I believe is that 226 damage per round. I believe that's an insane number to see.
That is absolutely incredible. You can see even the progression. It seems like he, in the beginning, maybe a bit of a normal play, and then finally he realized, wait, I'm a world champ. I can do this. And then 2 3Ks and a 4K almost back-to-back, single-handedly winning them those last 3 rounds and helping them even get to this point.
And honestly, that kind of decision, or that mindset of, wait, I'm a world champ.
17 kills.
That could come through. Yeah, it's 17.
Sorry,
the next highest
but
is
like
9.
I just saw it, like almost double of his next teammate. That is crazy. A one-man show. It is.
I mean, yeah, he's literally got Danny's and Eugen's kills put together, which is absolutely insane. Oh my days, putting them together though. ZHE with the 3. Eugen finally able to shut him down, but I believe, Mika, you said round over before it ever really began. I think that's a pretty obvious case of it.
4v2, Eugen on just 15 HP. And Danny, okay. In this case, one trip and one Cypher Cam, which is already plays, really won't help you. But it's a beautiful, nice start from Jay there. Getting an immediate 3k. The confidence, I don't even think he had a TP out. So maybe it had to be a one and done, decided to fight for it. And together with his team, they managed to take down almost the entirety of the enemy team. Now finally the rest of them will seemingly be spotted here. The dart broken. And you can see the rotate slowly coming in from Rare Atom as well. And they, I mean, at this point, once again, they can take their time because this 4v2 retake, surely you win it even if the spike is planted.
I mean, crazier things have happened, but yeah, at the moment there's not too much utility here. I mean, Danny's got one Cypher cage to maybe dance around with. There is the blind side to work off of as well, but when you've only got nothing left to work with, when you had that 15 HP in a dream and the shots are that clean, that crisp, yeah, it is just going to be a bit of a kind of foregone conclusion, shall we say, off the back of, and we will get to see it in a moment, Zhi's incredible 3K opener and a nice start to this half.
Incredibly clean. I believe he even got the ding. Yeah, he got the ding onto Yojun. So even technically almost getting the fourth one. And it will be... Oh, I thought of flawless, but no. Okay, one person dies, but it doesn't really... I mean, it was Zhi himself. What am I thinking of? Obviously, it was Zhi himself. But he didn't even have to do anything else. The rest of his team just cleaning up. And what? I don't think I've ever seen a timeout after a pistol round.
By the winners.
After winning it.
By the winners of the pistol round. By the
and it's
winners
the last one
of the pistol round. This is your only timeout of this half, and it's used on the pistol round after you win, and now the aura farm is just happening. The stare down, the matching each other. Everyone seems to be getting joined, and actually the legs getting a bit warmed up as well as the wrists, and maybe the brains need to be, well, they seem to be a bit more on form, but we need to keep that level. It's a very interesting timing for this timeout.
This is one of those few instances where, like, I would believe you if you told me it was a misclick. Like, not only the fact that you do it after the pistol round, but after the pistol round that you yourself won. And it's not like there was anything wrong with the setup. And even I mean, it's a beautiful 3K from Zhe. Okay, yeah, he got triple peak, but he got his teammates behind him. And then still... I'm a bit flabbergasted, I gotta be honest. But you can see, okay, AQ using their same timeout that they also got for free, in this case, to fully buy Stingers. Going for a bit of a G2 buy here.
Yeah, I do like the force. The force up is very much, okay, if you want to discuss tactics, we are going to run you down. And this is the angle we're already kind of seeing. The movement from Simon to try and get this through, but it seems to have been pretty well read. The Cypher setup already towards that B site seems to have been called out to be the case. The Yoru clone eats the Cypher trip, and they do manage to get cleared out essentially for free. The spike goes down, and AQ, a very aggressive push that's worked out.
And if you wanted to fight with Stingers, B is the perfect side. Unfortunately, with Satoshi just running through, it won't even matter. And no kills so far found. Maybe one for Danny, but apart from that, shock dart just chucked in. It won't do anything. It's seemingly okay. Well, it's the first one. Okay, but nothing more. And considering it was a full buy, only getting 2 kills while planting on the best side for Stingers, that is not ideal. So in the end, Rare Atom, who got, AQ, who got the timeout for free, maybe not quite using it the way they wanted.
Yeah, that's a bit of a drawing the short straw. I believe there was, because if you look, there was quite a bit of delay for some of the members of All Questions. Quite a lot were still kind of in like that, like further towards window side of mid. Believe it was a call that there would be a flank from Rare Atom, you know, coming out that garage side. But as we've seen, they all just decided to come through that link side. No one was coming from garage, and that seems to have been a miscommunication because of it. Simon now the only person able to buy a gun, if you can call it that, to try and get anything to make this round work.
Once again, adapting the playstyle to where they're going, but the problem is, even though you have a shotgun, I have a bigger one! And then we know it's all about size comparisons. Satoshi running out, almost getting the fourth one. And okay, a bit of retaliation, but Danny will also be taken out in the end. And once again, 3 survivors on the side of Rare Atom, and it's a quick round.
My confidence is bigger than yours. Even swinging out a garage after that 3K, no need at all. But at the very least, you've got the backup, you've got the support to get those frags in. So not the worst idea, just very surprising. You've got those 3. No need, you know, to kind of push off of that. If you're gonna at least make it work, make it clean, make it quick. And Rare Atom seem to be playing a far faster paced defense than attack.
Yeah, once again, they're just pushing out, and Simon doesn't even have a chance. Okay, it's a nice flash. It will help his team, and now, okay, that's a good start. I thought in the beginning it will just be a complete spray down from Rare Atom, but it will just be Zhe Unfortunately, a lot of these people have full shields, and he has to probably TP out, right? Okay, maybe should have done it a bit earlier. But it doesn't even matter. It's a 2v2, and Midnight probably will be the one to take this first contact.
That smoke needs to dissipate, but it did get put up pretty recently. Yeah, it does now. And the Cypher camera, as I said recently, it got put up pretty late. The fake TP as well from Zhe to kind of force AQ into believing that Midnight and him are going to be coming through together. All that's actually forced any questions to do, though, is to kind of meet that fight head on. This flank might not be enough at this stage, especially with how long's been spent trying to do it. The spike's already exploded, essentially.
Dan will have the timing, and it will just be left to Jay, who with one body shot will be taken down. So AQ, after a couple of weird rounds at the beginning there, a nice combination of utility in a long will help them secure this one. After a bit of a troubling time in the beginning, they've managed to get their first round on this half.
Good stabilizer, very, very necessary, of course, and it's a big deal to be able to take that, especially whenever the force doesn't go your way. That kind of run up there it's a risky decision because it is essentially kind of giving away a round for free, potentially a second one, unless you get incredibly solid thrifty. So nicely recovered, it really has to be said, and we're already looking towards this B site again. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again.
But now you can see they can't quite get through this, and the problem is with the neon wall already being used as one last resource that you have to get onto the site. No, even using this time to go into an aggressive angle. So B seemingly just try to prod maybe, and now the same thing for Garage. But okay, the drone will be used, so maybe that's an indication that with this will actually be the real push. But not quite. The spike is still on A.
At the moment, yeah, just a bit of hesitancy, no real confidence in the decision making, and it's really showing right now. The gate crash comes through now. Yojin gets the information, sees with the AWP in hand, and I guess tells Danny it's safe to swing. It is absolutely not, and that is a big frag, a big loss to try and enter into this site.
4v5, a couple of shock darts, but no, okay, just a bit of chip damage onto GRQ. But look at the utility, it's basically only Simon and the paranoia, the dimensional drift being used by Zhe now. Even though he has the op, he's just going for information, and now once again he's behind, and his team is just running through Satoshi from the overdrive, and it will be the one, and it will be the second one. Okay, it will be in the end, no single kill for Satoshi, all of them from his teammates, but it doesn't even matter. The pressure has been taken, and the round has been won.
Very, very clean from Satoshi, as you said. No frags on his side, but if you're able to create that space, if you're able to keep that comfy, it's not really too much of an issue here. An excellent dive out of that window, and honestly, just a surprise there that you get that, you know, that naked swing coming through. The dimensional drift had got the information. Surely that gets calmed out. I guess maybe not expecting the Yoru to kind of sit there after getting spotted out, but yeah, very much holding that W key a bit aggressive. And because of it, we can see Rare Atoms back in the lead.
We said that Simon had 17 kills at the end of this half. Now, after 5 rounds, he only has 18. So that's definitely one player that still has the chance to step up and win a couple of rounds, maybe even single-handedly like he has done so far. It's a nice fake, but you can see Jay already clearing all of sides. No, it's not going to be C. And now, together with that smoke and C-Link, it will be the B plant together with the spike now going down.
Managed to, honestly, it's very impressive from any questions, because that was a kind of flawless push onto the B side. Didn't seem like a single member from Rare Atoms had any clue where that was going, and now the fight with the lower buy. It is though a Phantom and a Vandal. That's one of the important factors down now. The fight comes through, and actually look at the setup here. It's super defensive. It's super pushed away.
Yeah, you love the player playing close, and now with Antisphere already being used, and now unfortunately the problem is, look at Simon. He has to somehow try to do this, but they don't spot him out. And the time is low, but is it enough? I don't think it will be.
Not.
0.5 seconds. And AQ win the round, tying us up once again 9-9 in a beautiful eco. I love the way you knew the round plan beforehand, and they managed to capitalize off of it perfectly.
I mean, yeah, I don't think I've ever seen quite a let's push B and plant go so successfully at the start. Bit of a shaky kind of hold, but that was to be expected with the lower buy. The Hunter's Fury, of course, the setup absolutely perfectly done, and it buys just enough time. All the frags go through the way of Rare Atoms at the end, but still the round goes to them, and a well-deserved pop-off.
Now push from Zhe will get Yojin up to 2 HP, down to 2 HP. I love that. And Satoshi also peeking out. It seems like very aggressive here, and you can see how AQ feel like they cannot push out anymore. Now finally that part of the plan is done, so now they're falling back, and the rest of them now, well, AQ now has to try an entry with only 4 players, and one of them being 2 HP. Simon has to somehow salvage this, and he hits one, but also gets low in the process.
I think we've been seeing quite a few First Bloods really go the way of Rare Atoms, and then they can't really capitulate. They can't make it happen, you know, right at the end. They can't really stick that landing. Any questions are able to just sort of answer back. And, well, if you walk into Sewers, you're going to meet someone with a very special surprise. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Doesn't look like it'll be the case.
Rare Atom has the Cypher in Garage with full C and full B control. That means that all the last 3 people can stack A, and it will be a bit of a fake from Simon. The problem is he's played so much utility, and still no one is moving. Midnight has a chance to get one there, even almost a second one. The spike will be planted, but it's still in man advantage for Rare Atom.
4 members, or 3 still stacked up towards that A side, though. They're very paranoid about this lurk. It's not there. Simon's able to sit towards window because of it. There's time ticking down. Yes, 40 seconds is quite a long time, but if you're able to kill time and time again, then it may not be relevant. Simon with the overdrive ready to go. It's a first initial frag, which is good, but still very patiently for the moment.
In the end, both players just plucked down from the sky. Unfortunately, the ones that were quite a bit low, and it's a nice shot from Nono there. The Omen Diff there to make sure they get the 10th round. And now, this time, the B plant has not managed to go the way of AQ.
Played very slowly, very methodically, and very confidently. The gunfights there just winning out. I actually thought that was a one-tap from Nono there. I didn't think the spray had even came out. Thought it was just one clean bullet. Of course, it will not be the case, but still a very pivotal, very high-impact frag. Opens up the rest of the round, and we're seeing any questions kind of push through and get the plant down pretty easily. And then Rare Atom are wanting to fight them back on that retake.
A timeout from Any Questions Gaming. The last one in this entire map unless both of these teams go to overtime, in which case, as you know, they will get one more. And now, I love the idea that Rare Atom just doesn't have a timeout, but they get one for free because of AQ giving them this free one. So it seems like both of these teams really need this in this case, because with how close they're playing, there's really a chance for one of these teams to just run away with this map.
Maybe that's actually the big brain behind the timeout on the pistol round, is you know you're going to be able to force your opponent to do the timeout later on, and then you get that for free. So who knows? We were saying at the start of this half that maybe it was a bit of a mistake, but maybe it could be the most wrinkled brain play that has ever been put towards VCT.
10-9 could almost not be closer. And it's an eco for Any Questions. Now you can see why they wanted to do this. As we said, the eco still have a bit of danger in them, especially when you've got Simon, who's on 20 kills now with the overdrive. So how can Rare Atom stop him? What? Just like that? Okay, the first one already going their way. Now that's a great start for Rare Atom.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even see where that could have possibly happened. Satoshi finding that frag just immediately. A follow-up from Nono. And then the frags just, yeah, oh my days. Not even really a shot being able to get landed. Only one bullet being hit towards the Rare Atoms there. World record to maybe a round end? How fast was that?
For the round end, probably not, but for the first kill, maybe. I mean, we gotta watch this replay, see how quickly that happened. I mean, I couldn't even process it, and was on the other side on the map. So,
oh my god!
Wallbang headshot, and then the fact that Je got the outlaw tag onto Simon, who then got tagged to 10 HP, and if you're 10 HP, you're not going to use the overdrive, so that immediately shuts down the round.
shuts it down quite a lot indeed. And, you know, we were talking about a potential, or you were saying, you know, it couldn't be any closer unless any questions were able to get that round, and they were not, because that round never even really existed. A mere fading memory, a mirage, one might say. And because of that, look at how patiently, suddenly, very, very tentatively paced by any questions.
Will force out the second TP from Zhe, unless he maybe decides to not use it, in which case he has no escape option. But with 2 other teammates, maybe the idea isn't to escape anyway and just to fight this. 3 players on the other side, just waiting. Simon with this judge has to somehow try to close this gap. The problem is against an outlaw, this is probably going to be very difficult. Okay, that's a good first shot, and it's a good first blind from Simon, and that's exactly what he does. A nice TP from Yojin, helping him completely break the side open. And in the end, after all the chaos, it's Midnight, the IGL, wondering what the heck just happened.
That was a fatal shot from Zhe there. Not something I was expecting. Really thought that he would see the clone. I believe he did see it manifest, but shooting it then brings Satoshi into a terrible spot and really allows that A-Link just to get completely sandwiched, as you said, Mike. So a bit of a mistake, it has to be said.
Definitely, Midnight just being able to get that one last one. So once again, we go from 10-9 to 11-10. It's a very similar scoreline, and I love the fact that both of these teams, okay, it's Ascension. No one is expecting fully fledged tier 1 play, but still, the fact that these go toe-and-toe shows you the caliber of players and the opportunity that they have. Because, I mean, just look at the combination of Simon and Yojin, the 2 duelists on this team, breaking the site open like it's just any other Sunday.
Oh, indeed. The Sunday roast is being cooked, is being prepped, and it may be ready in just 2 short rounds. Sure, trying to hold this angle with the op. Very concerned. He does read where the dimensional drift is going to come from. Yujin trying to get all the information he can. It looks like he will, off the back of that, singularly give all the control towards the C site. But RA, they don't want to wait very long. They want to push immediately back and fall because of it.
Once again, Yojin being able to completely forgo all the Cypher trips and just be backside, and that is exactly what any questions gaming needs here. Someone from an unexpected angle to get 2 kills, maybe even has the chance to get another one here. The opshot will not go their way, but it doesn't even matter. 4v2. This seems a bit more difficult. It will be a quick trade, and it will all be left on Zhe, who now seemingly doing a bit of a Lotus Chamber cosplay, will just have to tuck in his legs and save this operator.
Yujin isn't the only Yoru that can save an op. I can do it too, and that's exactly what he is doing with that can do. And yeah, an equalized scoreline now, 11-11, back and forth. Lotus looked like this initially, and then we just kind of, the momentum really started to go the way of Rare Atoms. This time though, not going to be the case. As close can be, and with only potentially, well, 2 rounds either between a victory or overtime.
And no timeouts left, so it's all left up to the team's devices. They have to just try to bet. I love this 3K. Once again, just not expecting anyone to be in that angle and not being able to break that crossfire in any way. And it will still at least be a full gun round. But with how the economy has been going for both teams, if Rare Atom loses this, I think they're gonna have to be in an eco fighting for OT.
Yeah, this is very do or die for both teams right now. It's you'd mentioned earlier, Mike, about the idea that, you know, kind of 11-13 and such, you know, that 2-round difference, you know, is the decider. And so far, with all the frags going back and forth, no, can't quite turn the first flash. Able to do the second one. There is an omen on that side. GRQ's there. The sonar dart comes through. The oil drone, I should say. But the frags all of a sudden go the way of RA. That could very much be the nail in the coffin for this series. And it could be the manifestation of the 2-0.
Match point and series point so far for Rare Atom. They have the chance to win this and close this up in a 2-0 fashion. Obviously, you've got a problem. You've got an enemy team that basically wants to do the opposite. But still, I love the retaliation there. The attack plan was still very good, but they managed to stop it even with the neural theft. And you can see these small peaks just trying to make sure it doesn't matter what we do, we're gonna face the As 3 people, with 2 of them being basically 1 HP. That was a close one, but a good one.
Absolutely. And the final potential fight of the series comes through. C-Site already been gained kind of for free, all things considered here. Just kind of any questions, just walking onto it and kind of saying, this is ours now, dibs. Gets the spike planted, all members alive for both teams. Not actually a single point of damage until Satoshi finds that.
And now they know exactly where Yojin likes to play. The overdrive will be popped from Simon, but he won't be able to get a single one. Hopefully his team tries to trade him, but in the end it will be Rare Atom winning this in a 2-0 fashion. It has been a close game, but it's clear that this case, Rare Atom is the superior team and they will advance. And poor AQ with Simons, with the champs player, with the champs winner, has to go onto the lower bracket.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Can a champs winner kind of bring a team that we don't know much about yet, bring a team that we hadn't seen to greatness? And so far, the answer is no. Does that mean he can't? Does that mean we're not going to see any questions again? No, not at all. But it is something to consider, that a touch too far even for one of the greats.
Nevertheless, it has been a close game. You can see the potential of AQ, and you can see that Simon is basically still the same player that he has been for quite a while before then. And I'm already gonna say it, he has to get his team MVP at least, right? I mean, I believe in the end he ended with like more than 20 kills, while his teammates were maybe struggling a bit. But Simon doing his darndest, unfortunately, just not quite enough to win this game.
It's a big deal to talk about Simon as well, specifically. I'm glad you brought it up, because don't get me wrong, 20 kills, absolutely fine. But he had 18 at the end of the first half. So when you say he ended the series, or he ended, you know, the set on, I think I was playing 23, I want to say, that's 18 kills within the first 12 rounds, and then 5 for the second. When you're Neon on attack, that's a big deal.
Exactly, shows you the stopping power of Rare Atom. As we see the match highlights, and once again, I love just revisiting all these wonderful moments. The fact that we started with Thrifty and then a timeout from, I mean, you can say whatever you want about this game, but this is something you won't see anywhere else except VCTCN. I mean, just look at this shot. I still cannot believe he actually clutched that. In no scope, wallbang, double kill, collab. Crazy.
Oh, it's filthy, and we don't get to hear the audio in the highlights, but if anyone remembers it, I can still hear the pop-off from Zhe. He had no clue what had just happened. He couldn't quite believe it himself, and then we had that 3K there from Zhe. Again, disgusting stuff. Our game MVP last time was Zhe, I believe, maybe making a case for doing it again, but we'll have to wait and see at the moment. There's a toss-up between, I'd say, at least maybe 2, possibly 3 of the players.
Who would those be?
You know what? I'm gonna say it'll be Satoshi, Zhe, and I wouldn't mind giving it to Midnight, honestly.
Very interesting. We can see the last couple of rounds here, and don't go anywhere. We still have a couple of nice stats, and the team comms here will be especially to see. I'm wondering what round they will pick. Maybe even the one with the Zhe Colette in the middle. But I believe we will now go into the comms.
两个。哦，站起来！我滑，来，好，能打的话行。两人一个，我们3、2、1。另外一个，我可以冲，我叫，我叫 CD， 我叫车。先抽步。右边一个，一左右。 别抻，先别抻，打人，稳走，去干他，我们干他，拆一个。Nice！ 哇，兄弟，他们这个，我拆吧。
宝典消散。
Okay, in the end it will be Nono. Maybe not quite a name that we would expect, but with 225 ACS, and once again these KDs look incredible for some of these players. 1.6 while you're playing Omen and you have a Euro and a Neon on your team. That is incredible. 75% cast as well.
That's a big deal because, like, as you said, not really a name. I mean, I've said 3 out of 5. I had a 60% chance and I still lost it in terms of who I would select for the MVP. So, you know, math not hitting here right now. But yeah, in terms of it, getting to look at that scoreline, 19-15. But Nono wasn't like doing specific lurks and he wasn't specifically the first one in. He was just playing very cohesively with the team.
Exactly. I also wanted to say when it comes to the team comms that we saw before, I love that the coaches were just celebrating as much as the team. That really shows you the team. I mean, the how do you say, the atmosphere of the team, and they're here to win, but they're also here mostly, let's be honest, to have fun. As we now go hop in. Oh, not quite yet. We first have a couple of stats. I believe those are the first bloods. Once again, flipped like Lotus from the other side. As you said, in this case, it was Rare Atom, AQ, that got the first kills and somehow didn't manage to take advantage of those.
Yeah, big. And then the Thrifties, we've seen, you know, AQ get 2. I want to say those conversions from the bombs on both sides not looking fantastic. I believe that was 4 and 9, and I believe something similar, like a 5. Yeah, 5 and 10. Yeah, it's very, very wild there. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a 50% conversion rate. So, I mean, hey, if you want a stat for what to look at and what you can maybe hope to improve on your Haven, definitely that. Because don't get me wrong, converting a post-plant situation in Haven is hard, but you're gonna need to be able to do it if you want a shot at the kind of against the best of the best.
Exactly. Although to be fair, they're maybe a bit artificially inflated because of, I mean, there were a couple of rounds in a 2v4 and they're like, okay, we're just going to plant the spike and hope for the best. And not necessarily, those are not the rounds that you expect to win, but you're still right, 50%, especially, I mean, consider this stat. So the last time I heard it is, if you are in a 5v4, the chance of winning the round is more like, it's around 70-80%. If you are in a post plant, in a 5v5 post plant, it's the same. You have a 70-80% chance. So it's the same as if you kill the person. So then to only have 50% conversion, okay, I get that it's maybe a bit inflated, but still, you're right. One of those stats that maybe you'd see about improving.
I think so, and to be honest, I mean, I didn't know, or at least it had been quite some time since I'd heard kind of how much getting the plant down kind of converts into a round win. So nice to get that kind of put into a figure for everyone through. And yeah, it's a really big deal because you don't have to worry about the utility anymore, at least as much. But we'll move on to the interview and throw it to Vinos, our lovely translator.
我们是请到了Satoshi选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Translator live。我叫 Satoshi。
欢迎。今天其实你们的对手是有一位个人能力极强的明星选手，今天他的发挥也是非常好的。
And do you guys like look to counter like Simon before like
针对他的一些特殊的战术布置呢？
虽然我们的对手有一位前世界冠军，但是我觉得在游戏里的话，
It's like even though he's like very strong, I guess like
团队整体上面的东西，虽然他
the
很
team more
强
focus on like their
但
coordination。
是更关注5个人的这个整体方面的。
5个人的配合也非常重要。
对。
同时我们有注意到。
And now you're like kind of familiar that we like you guys like interact across the scene.
其实完全不认识他。
完全不熟悉是吗？那当时为什么会站起来做这样一波互动
You see, you might like feel like a bit embarrassed, so I'm just gonna stand up.
他一下，也是一个非常有趣的互动。今天我们会发现你们在莲花古城上的奥丁战术起到了一个非常好的作用。这一套阵术大概沿用了多长时间？
He says that they started using like the Odin from like CN Nationals last year.
那所以说也觉得奥丁战术，包括奥丁这把枪械是。
And like don't like overlook it.
是的，不要小看这把枪，这把枪的实力和它的价格是匹配的。
实力和价格是非常匹配的，相信所有的观众现在也非常认可这把枪。新人 Nono 的加入。
And it's like how does like your rookie Nono like help the team and like kind of enhance the team in some way?
关于新人 Nono 的加入的话，我们平时给他很多包容啊、认可啊、鼓励，这对于一个新人来说就是。
It's like he says that the most important part is to like not let the rookie like get lost, like lead him along the way.
对，不要让他有太多的压力。那今天觉得他发挥怎么样？
满分100分的话，我给他99分，
也是非常高的分数了。我相信 RA 对于比赛、对于舞台都是不会陌生的。你们也是好几次全国。
And how much confidence do you have to win this time, Ascension?
今年有多少
He says about 80%.
信心我给到80%。
给到80%。
He says that it kind of depends on DRG and how they play.
对于 DRG 吧 ，DRG 是一个很强劲的对手，然后。
He says there are a lot of unknowns with them in play.
对于他们很多东西都是未知的。
And he looks forward to like
那也
playing
很期待
DRG.
在这回的比赛里可以和 DRG 交手。
是的。
And that's it for the
再次感
interview.
谢萨托西选手接受我们的采访，我们的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，拜拜。
Shout out to the wonderful Bidos for the translation of the interview. You can see the vibes. I also love the idea of the rookie being someone that, okay, has enormous potential, but you still need to lead him, show him the way, show him how to actually fit into the team. So shout out to him and to all the entire team and the staff that managed to make this into a confident win. That has been it for us, but don't go anywhere. Thank you first to all the wonderful people watching here, to all the subscribers, to all the gifters, to all the whatever people. Once again, thank you to whatever people. It's probably not a good way to say it, but still. Thank you to Vidos, thank you to Fran, thank you to my wonderful, this time I got the right place. Thank you to Madame for this wonderful casting. And thank you to all the other supporters of the stream. Feel free to join the Discord. It's a wonderful Discord with the wonderful people. And Madame, you have any closing words?
No, fantastic games. You've covered everything, really. No, yeah, that was very blunt. I just went no. No, fantastically covered. Big shout out to everyone. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll be seeing you again very shortly. There's still plenty of VCT Ascension to be going around, so keep the dates saved. Keeping up with the Discord. We'll be back tomorrow with some more sets. So until then, ladies and gentlemen, Mike, been an absolute pleasure as always, and hopefully be back here very soon with you. We'll see you later.